It's happening. Gem City Comic Con 2020 online. Of course, everybody remember, during these times, due to the COVID-19, we're asking that everybody please keep your hands to yourself. Do not rush the guests as they come onto the computer screen. We just ask that everybody keep their 6 feet distance during this entire time. With me as my co-host is Cassie. If y'all haven't met Cassie, Cassie's my secretary over on AGP. She's been helping me with Gem City Comic Con. She takes care of my tables. She helps me get badges out when we have the actual show. So I asked her to help me out because eventually this little host of yours is going to have to go to the bathroom at least once today.
That does not mean I can be blamed for anything.
But again, don't forget, please make sure that you keep your hands to yourself. Do not bum rush the guests as they come up to the computer screen. And of course, remember to maintain 6 feet distance at all time. Wash your hands. And sanitizer should be somewhere in your own house. Okay?
We'll give Clorox breaks to wipe off your screens.
Of course, one of the reasons why we decided to do this, okay, camera, please, camera, pay attention. My camera does not like me today. I kept her on for 11 hours yesterday. Me and her are going to have issues today. It's just going to happen. I'm going to have to sit down and talk with the camera at some point. But the reason why we decided that we wanted to do this, and I want to thank all of the friends, the fans, the wonderful guests that we've always had at the show, our family, everybody else. Hi, guys. Is because we heard what you guys were saying on social media, talking about how you were missing the show. We wanted to do something. Obviously, this isn't big or grand. It's a first attempt. We put it together in 11 hours, and there's no way that this wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for all of you guys. So thank you all so much for your support, for everybody who answered the call when I asked for some help in putting this together. I did not do this by myself. I did this because of the amazing, wonderful people that support the Gem City Comic Con.
And at least 7 extra personalities.
Of course, we're going to start this off here in a little bit. Mr. Sean Forney from Sean Forney Illustration is going to join us. He's going to do some sketching. We're very excited. We have an amazing lineup. If you haven't seen it, it's over on the website. But just to give you a breakdown, today from 10 to 11, Sean Forney is going to be doing some sketching for us. Then Erica Martin and Adam Field. Oh, who is that? Uh-oh. There's this thing. Oh my gosh. Is that? I think I know you. Do I know you?
Yeah.
Everybody, Jesse Noble has emerged from the depths and has joined in.
Is this live?
Yeah, we're live, baby.
Oh, nice.
I started early to do an intro instead of just throwing Sean in.
All right. Well, ignore me. I'm going to change the lighting in here real quick, and so take me off the screen. I'll see you all.
Oh, I love your co-star. Hello, beautiful.
And speaking
She's so gorgeous.
of the devil himself, there's Sean. And he's going to start us off with some sketchy, but just to keep you guys real quickly, Sean's starting us off from 10 to 11. Then we're going to have Erica Martin and Adam Fields doing their party hour from 11 to 12. Then Mr. Nate Lovett himself will be joining us from 12 to 1. Then Rodney, Fyke, and Eamon Hill will be joining us for their panel. Then we have Jay from Mest Comics, Tim Fuller, and Caclau, sorry, I do not know how to pronounce your last name. They're going to be doing an indie roundabout panel, and then we're going to end it with Mike Watson and Ren McKenzie doing a draw-off, and then we'll have some closing talking about some of our favorite memories with Gem City, and then I'll tell you all the schedule tomorrow about tomorrow's schedule. So with that, Cassie, I'm going to go ahead and take you down. I'm going to say hi to Sean, and we're going to get this party started.
You said we're going to keep this kid-friendly. Where are we going down to?
Hey, Sean.
Good morning.
Good morning, and welcome to the Gem City Comic Con. If you don't worry, I told everybody they need to keep at least a 6 feet distance, and they're not allowed to bum rush you, okay? So you're safe.
Okay. Fantastic.
So, Sean, before you get started, I just really wanted to take a moment to say thank you so very much for joining us and helping participate in this so we could bring a little bit of Gem City Comic Con this weekend to everybody.
No, absolutely. Thank you for getting everything set up, doing all the hard work, and everything else involved to get this rocking and rolling.
Oh, my pleasure. All right, Sean. So if you don't need me for anything, I'm giving you as full attention to everybody. Have fun. and I'll be back shortly before you end. All right, buddy?
All right, yeah. If you want, though, join in and chat if you feel like you want to chime in, whatnot. I've got it set up. I should be able to read comments here. Steph can maybe shout stuff out to me too. So.
Right. And if you have any questions, you want to say anything, I'm not leaving. I'm just coming off of the screen. I have all of your comments here, and I could post them up so Sean will be able to read them for you. All right?
Awesome. Thank you.
Have fun and entertain. Bye.
Thanks, Amanda. All right, everybody. So I got a lot of stuff sitting on my desk, which you probably can't see much of. At least what I'm seeing, you can't see much of. So since this is a online con, I thought I would show off some stuff before I get to sketching. So if anybody's interested in possibly picking up any comic books, anything else like that, Steph and I will throw up some links and stuff on my Facebook page. Maybe Steph can chime in on the chat and throw up the link to the Facebook page here. So I'll start off with some of the books I've got here on my desk. And so at least what I'm seeing, hopefully it shows up all right. So there we go. Gem City's throwing up the link to my Facebook page, Sean Forney Illustration. So we'll throw up some links on that page of the store, all the rest of the social media, and all that jazz for anybody interested. So the first book I'm holding up here is my Vampirella Red Sonja variant cover that I did for Flying Monkey Comics here in Delaware, Ohio. They were limited to 500. The only place to get these books were directly from me or directly from Flying Monkey Comics and Games. So there's a cover. Like I said, limited to 500. We're doing these half price right now, $10, and we can get it shipped out to you. I'll sign it. If you want to do a remark sketch, it's $15. So anybody interested in that, just let us know. You can shoot us a message. Like I said, we'll put store links up. And then I've got all the Scarlet Huntress books up on my desk here. I'll just kind of quickly run through them. This is the newest book we did the Kickstarter for last year. We just got these shipped out to like 99.9% of everybody. I've got like 2 commissions I got to work on, and then I've got the Gem City promoter, Mr. Jesse Noble. I've got to get a package too because he picked up a piece of original art from the book. So there's the newest issue. All the books individually are $5. If you want to get, excuse me, let me rephrase that. All the regular versions of the books are $5, and then I've got some variant covers. So this is the regular version of Scarlet Huntress Adventures. Like I said, this is the newest book. It's $5. I've got issue 1, which Jesse picked up the original art for the cover. It's an homage to Michael Turner's Blood Legacy cover. So this we did back way back in started in 2003. So there's some artwork from 2003 through like 2006 in here. Again, book's $5. This is black and white. Issue 2 is also black and white, which this is an homage to Venom Lethal Protector #1. And the inker for that cover, Sam Della Rosa, I probably butchered the pronunciation of his name, but he actually just picked up like 30 copies of this from me because he likes having all the homages to that cover, and I think he's doing some like signature stuff with them. So curious to see how that all works out for him. But this one's issue 2, also $5. You know what? I don't have a Tales Through Time, so I'm missing the 3rd issue. Steph will grab the 3rd issue, and then like I said, I've got variant covers for Scarlet Huntress Adventures. And Indy's going to keep us entertained with some barking here. So I did a black and white version. This is, if you can see that, limited to 25. So we only did 25 of these books. I believe these are $20 a piece. There's only 25 of them made. Again, signatures are free. Remarks are $15. I've got 2 Marat Michaels variants. I've got the 1 in 100 variant, which is a regular cover stock. These are $25 a piece. And then I've got the Chromium Holofoil edition. And these are 1 in 25 variants. These are $50. And I see Jesse Noble popped up on screen. I don't know if Jesse Noble's paying attention. But hi, Jesse. I see a smirk, so maybe he's listening. There we go.
I'm there.
All right. So I've got two Carlo Wasgala Carlations covers. Same deal. Got 1 in 100 variants, 1 in 25 variants. And then I know somebody wants to tag Alan Ulsterholt because he messaged me yesterday asking if I had the Daryl Banks covers, and I do. Same deal. I've got 1 in 100 and 1 in 25s, and the 1 in 25s are virgin covers, so it's all just Daryl Banks goodness on the cover. And we even did some sketch covers. So there we go. And we were missing Tales Through Time, so this is issue 3. This was our first Kickstarter adventure. The regular books, like I said, they're all $5 a piece. So if anybody's interested, we'll have links to the store. You can message me. You can message Steph. We'll get you hooked up. If you want to buy a package of the regular versions of the books for $25, you also get a set of the San Diego Comic-Con exclusive buttons. So it's got all the cryptid creatures that'll be appearing in the new Field Guide to Cryptids book that we're working on that will be launching in Kickstarter hopefully in the next few months. Going to get all my buddies involved in doing some artwork. I know I've already got some pieces on the way from Jay Fife, Jalen Warner, talked to Ian Nichols yesterday, and then the day before I talked to Rodney Fyke, so we're going to have all sorts of cool stuff. So
I'm not just going to stand here and watch. I was going to jump in and ask you a question.
Oh, go for it. Go for it.
You've run a number of successful Kickstarter campaigns. How do you find that as a medium to get independent work done as you start your sketch?
So yeah, this was our 3rd Kickstarter that we did. And they've basically grown, gotten better each time. And in order to, get decent quality printing, get the stuff out there, it's the best way that we found that works for us, at least. Because printing books is all in itself expensive enough, but then there's taking the time to actually do the work, which is expensive enough as it is too. And it just gives me a better avenue to procure the funds for doing the stuff, as opposed to trying to do the guerrilla marketing at a ton of conventions and be able to only hit a fraction of the number of people I can hit online through Kickstarter. We had 339 backers on this last Kickstarter. I'd be lucky if throughout the year I sold 100 books at conventions.
Right.
So, I'm obviously tripling what I'm doing at a con, but I'm able to take all those funds, put it towards putting together a quality book, and get a really nice printing versus, if I were only doing it at cons, I'd be lucky to print 25 books to, get through a few shows and then maybe be able to do another 25 for the next couple of shows, something like that. That's what we did prior to Kickstarter.
Right.
So it's made it a lot easier in the sense of being able to afford it. However, it is a lot of work diving in and doing the Kickstarter, promoting it, running it, packing it, shipping it, all that.
Right. So what are you going to sketch for us today?
I'm thinking I want to sketch Ahsoka.
Nice.
So
have you seen the latest episode of Clone Wars?
Yes, I watched it last night.
All right, we won't talk about
anything for anybody. Yeah, but it is amazing. I first chance you get, hop on the Disney Plus and watch that stuff today after 5 o'clock, after you've gone through all of Gem City Comic-Con online. So
there's a question in the comments for you, Sean.
Get lucky enough to be blessed with the pardon?
Is Jesse bugging you by Nate Lovett? The people would love to know.
No, he's not bugging me. I was just gonna ask, how did we get so lucky to have the pleasure of Jesse's company? I mean, he's the big rock star promoter of Gem City, and he's hanging out with us lowly folk.
We kidnapped his finances and we're holding them hostage.
Oh, there you go. So how is he doing?
Yeah. Well, the truth of it is that this has been, I'll say this up front at the top of the show while you're sketching, is that this is all came about because of Amanda. I had resigned myself to just slinking away and sitting in the dark the whole weekend. And then I kind of got a message yesterday sometime, and you said, "Hey, this is happening." I was like, "What's happening?" And so here we are. So this is, as well, I'd love to take credit for it. It might be too early in the morning to try and take credit for it now, but this has been Amanda, for good or bad. She's been heading up this whole thing. I'm pretty impressed with how this platform works too. Just watching it looks really slick. We need to get you the next level up though, Amanda. I don't know if she's still listening, but there's this would be great for her type of podcasting. You ought to look into it too, Sean, because this is does great multicasting.
This is exactly where the AGP podcast is going, Jesse.
Yeah, I've for the last I don't know 2-3 weeks I've been using the whole Streamlabs thing and Restream, and I looked at doing the StreamYard stuff, and I need to dive more into it to figure out to get it all to operate. But yeah, this is fantastic. I joined a friend last week or week before on his podcast, and he was using the StreamYard setup, and it was great. I was able to share my screen, and people could watch what I was doing on screen, as well as watching me sit there and ramble while we did the podcast.
It looks good. And,
yeah,
I like the software a lot. I got an art question for you.
All right.
When you start to lay out a headshot like that, a lot of people talk about where the soul of the character is. Where do you like to put? Where do you think that the soul of the character is? Is it in the mouth? Is it in the eyes? Is it in the subtle gestures of the face?
I think for the most part, you got to kind of nail the eyes first.
Right.
I don't know. That's just me, but they're kind of the key to playing off the rest of the expression. Because if I were to make her smiling, okay, yeah, she's smiling, but what are her eyes and eyebrows doing? Because she could be pulling off a Joker type smile where she's got a big grin, but if she's got that wicked look to her eyes, it's a totally different feeling, totally different expression. So yeah, I think it's got to be a combination, but I think it the main, I don't know, emphasis, if you will, kind of lies in what the eyes are doing.
Right. Yeah, for sure. There's an expression I've heard many times in books, and that I'm a fan of, is that the smile didn't reach their eyes. And a lot of times I see stuff that if the smile or the expression doesn't, if it doesn't show up around the their eyes or something like that, it's just dead.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's kind of the same thing with shoot, I'm trying. Oh, it was yesterday. I was listening to a segment on the news, and they were talking about people having fatigue from doing all these Zoom meetings.
Right.
And the big key thing was because Zoom, just like we're doing right here, actually you're far enough back on the from the camera, I can at least see your arms and your hands.
Right.
And a lot of times with the Zoom meeting stuff, people are plastered right in front of their camera on their computer or their tablet or whatever, and you don't see the rest of that body language. So It's all you get to see is what their face is doing. You don't know, are they sitting there crossing their arms or wringing their hands or anything else that could convey a whole different message. And it's interesting, and it's one of those things that trying to, especially with trying to, draw a character that's giving some sort of expression or emotion, whatever. Trying to convey that on a drawing, it gets pretty interesting. Of how do you do it? What's gonna sell it?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm a doodler, and the thing that I never understood was anything technical about art at all. But the subtleness of anatomy is something that I would never really attempt to do in any. I don't have the mind for it, but it seems almost second nature to you. And I know you've studied it a lot. I mean, the way you landed her face markings like on the cheekbone right where it would be, and it makes it like puts it in real space. And I'm just amazed by watching you and other artists like carve out of paper. It just drives me nuts to watch. It does.
That's the thing. You hit the nail on the head. It is kind of carving it out. I mean, you gotta take something that's 2-dimensional and make it look 3-dimensional. So you gotta know, where all the shapes have to be, all the planes of the face, or any part of the anatomy. And it's just hours and hours of study and practice, and just sitting there and like I am doing right now. I'm scribbling everywhere, trying to figure out where stuff's going to go, and it's like this has to be in relation to this, and all that kind of stuff, just to pass it off to look like it's 3-dimensional.
Right. Where did you find yourself? Where along were you in your formative years when you saw that you had an eye for this sort of thing? That there had to be some sort of epiphany moment, or maybe somebody that noticed that you've kind of got an eye for this, or watching you, it doesn't seem like you studied too hard. It looks like there's a lot of talent behind it, just natural. And I know that there's a lot of work. You make it look easy by all the work that you've put into it. But when about was that? I mean, like, or
I don't know. I mean, it was always one of those things, like growing up, is like, taking the art classes, like in elementary school. It's like, teacher pointing it out, or another kid going, "Oh, that's awesome," that kind of thing. And it was like, yeah, okay, that only means so much, goes so far, what have you. But I just kind of always had that in my head, that it was just something I loved to do, wanted to do, whatever. And it's the same kind of story I always tell when I get asked the question. It's like, what made you want to do this and get into this? And it was just because of that love of doing this, and sitting there and, like, as a kid, copying cartoons or comic books or whatever, just doing all the drawings out of it and all that kind of stuff. It was like junior high, back when Wizard Magazine was a magazine, and they actually put out some decent articles and whatnot. And I saw the interview that they did with Joe Madureira, and how he broke into comics at I think it was like 16. And that was because he was able to intern at Marvel, because he lived in New York, and his high school offered something where he could go work in the Marvel offices for for the internship or whatnot. And they started giving him gigs on Marvel Comics Presents. And it talked about how he broke in and all this stuff. And I was sitting there, and I was like, I don't know what, 13, 14 at the time or whatever. When I was reading this, I'm like, well, that's only a couple years older than me. And, it was eye-opening, not just in the sense of like how you broke into the industry, but, I think at the time I was still in the mindset of the same guy that had been drawing Spider-Man in the 60s was still the same guy drawing Spider-Man in the 90s. I didn't
Right.
have any clue of anything outside of that, because this was my very first time seeing any kind of interview where it actually talked to one of the creators. And that was just kind of like what hit me. It's like, well, crap, I can make money doing this. Like, how do I do this? What do I got to do? And, I just ate that stuff up. And then from there on out, I was just constantly trying to pursue it. And, it was just all based on that, like, love of just the medium, the characters and everything. And yeah, that's what got me where I am today, I guess.
Right.
And I see the stuff popping up, and I know I missed saying hi to a few folks. I saw Scott was on there, Ren, and who else? Rodney. And I saw Zach and Jen pop up. So thank you all for tuning in to watch me doodle and listen to me ramble.
You're not ranting yet. If you want to hear some ranting, give me a topic. I'll rant.
No, we don't need that. We don't need to hear how Jesse hates everything.
That's not true. I'm just as I've gotten older, I've just become more appreciative of my own opinion.
Jesse's going to get his own podcast. Jesse, what grinds Jesse's gears?
Now, what was the idea? What were you going to call it? What was it called? Is it just like a Gem City podcast or something like that? Or
I don't know. We kept
I
throwing
think there's
around a
already a
bunch of
Gem
shows.
City.
It was like Jesse hates everything and what grinds my gears, and I don't know what else we throw out there. I saw Albert popped up. Good morning, Albert. How's it going? Trying my best to read comments here.
Well, I think sketch is coming out really good. I've got to run some errands, but I'm going to be in and out the rest of the day. And I want to thank you for coming out and helping out, getting something up for the show this year. So I appreciate that a lot.
Oh, hey, anything we can ever do, you know, we're there. And you've put on this thing. What is this year? 15, 16?
It would have been 15.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, because I don't know if you can see the big banner I threw up in the background here in the living room, but yeah,
there we go. Yeah,
it's 15.
So yeah, you know, 15 and 15 years, and I've only missed 2 of the shows. So you know, we're gonna do whatever we can to be part of it and whatnot, and give back any way, shape, form that we can. So you know, we're here for you.
I appreciate that, and I want to thank Amanda a lot. She hasn't said anything about it yet, but there's got to be a way that we can get her the full version of this software, because I'm just loving it. I think it's fantastic. But anyway, where's Amanda? She's bounced me out of this. I just don't want to leave.
Thank you, Jesse, for keeping the conversation
Amanda went to
going.
go finally eat. She didn't eat all day yesterday.
Look, this was more important. And Jesse, thanks for stopping by. Obviously, you just show up. I'll see you, and I'll get you in. All right?
All right. Thank you, everybody.
So everybody say bye to the man, the myth, the legend, Jesse Noble. So far, he hasn't Jesse'd any of this. The sun is shining.
All right.
Right.
There we go. Hey, it's Gem City weekend. It should start snowing.
Oh no, let's not. I really don't want that.
I don't either, but it's kind of a tradition. You show up to Gem City and you go to pack up and it's snowing. It works.
I'm gonna help out and give a big shout out to Stephanie Forney right now, because she's killing it over making sure that if you're not seeing the links here on the stream, she's putting the links in all of the over on the Twitch channel of AGP where this is streaming right now, and over on the Facebook of Gem City Comic Con. So thank you, Stephanie, for helping out. We greatly appreciate it.
She says absolutely. She's pulling double duty doing the stuff from the living room while I'm in the studio doing this. So we're kind of keeping it up and running here as best we can.
And guys, it's a little hot in here, so please let me know if the fan is too much. If anybody hears it or anything, I do apologize. And just like Jesse mentioned that Indy will be doing some barking. I have a Chihuahua. There ain't no way stopping that from barking. So, but I'm more than happy to sit here and talk with you. I have you full in center stage right now. And if you haven't seen it, it's up there, right there. All of the portions of all sales for Sean this weekend will be donated to Heroes Initiative, just like if we were live at Gem City Comic Con.
Yes. And yeah, so I showed off the books I've got for sale. Like I said, we'll throw up some links to artwork and all that stuff over on our Facebook page. So if anybody's interested in stuff, treat this just like you would going to Gem City Comic Con. Take the time, check everybody out today, see what we've all got to offer. If you want to come pick up some stuff, we'll make all that stuff available. So everybody's sitting at home, grab pen and paper, make a note on your phone, whatever, and be like, hey, I saw this cool, whatever. Throw that on your list. Go back and check it out towards the end of the day. Treat it just like a con. You're making your first rounds.
Of course. And of course, guys, we really appreciate y'all being here, supporting us. I know Jesse kept complimenting me, and I thank you, but seriously, it wasn't just me. It was amazing people like Sean, Stephanie, and the other people that we have today and tomorrow that really made this happen. or else it would have just been me going, "Hi, y'all are great. We miss you. I gotta go. Bye." So it wasn't just me, and I can't take all the credit. It was the fans like you and the messagings that you guys were saying about how you were missing the show, which really tug at my heartstrings and made me go, no, I have to do this. This has to be done. Besides, that means we still get to celebrate our 15th year.
There you go. Yeah, no, I'm so glad you put this together. You and I had kind of talked about this way back when Quarantine Con started here, and then I put a bug in Jesse's ear about it, and I'm glad that it snowballed and turned into something that everybody can kind of participate, do their thing, and I'm glad that you found the way to make it work. You got to make it happen. So
I'm just honored to have amazing friends and connections in this industry, that when I sound the trumpet, y'all came.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it worked out great. I mean, and what'd you say? It was like 11 hours yesterday. You got
11 hours. And then I took
everything up and running.
And then I took an hour break to get some food and kind of unwind, and then I went straight into a live stream. We played some Plunder and Call of Duty Warzone over on Twitch. Kind of boosted the fact that we were going to be doing this today. Got to bed at about 2, got up, went to Kroger's, came home, cleaned the back room so it didn't look like the disaster area that it normally does, since I live in my office. And I eat, sleep, and breathe in this office. And I mean, the TV that I watch television is in the office, so I never leave the office except for to get something to drink. And now we're here doing this.
Hey, it's working. It's getting the job done. It's I can kind of see the comments popping up on my screen, but they like get cut off.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I was trying to pay attention to it. There we go. John was very helpful last night. He was sharing some information. We chatted back and forth on the Facebook last night.
Okay. I'm trying not to post anything that has my name on it, but this one's a little funny, so I'm going to have to post this one. I was so busy today, but you were pushy. Well,
there you go.
Have you met me? But no, seriously, it's been amazing. And I love the fact that you are definitely drawing one of my favorite characters.
Oh, nice. Yeah, if you haven't yet, you got to check out the Clone Wars that debuted last night. Zach and Jen, yes, this is an awesome, nice way to do a little break in the action and get to hang out, chat with everybody. Much like a con would have been. We get to at least do this a little bit.
And the best part is we're not blocking his table from him making money.
Oh, there you go. And I don't have to send out the enforcers to like take out anybody, or don't have to start throwing stuff. It's all good.
Yeah. And of course, with your guys' assistance and you guys supporting us and watching this, if this is as successful as we think it's going to be, you're going to see a bigger thing coming from Gem City Comic Con, working with a lot of the creators that we have that come to the show, being able to do more things like this throughout the year, as well as putting on our show every year. So again, this is for you guys as well as the creators. It's just for everybody who has constantly supported us. I'm going to end up crying by the end of this.
There's nothing wrong with that. This isn't baseball.
And of course, like I said, when we started, I appreciate the fact that y'all didn't bum rush him and that you guys are maintaining your 6 feet distance. This will be the ongoing gag for this, so just get over it.
So everybody got their hand sanitizer, their wipes.
I got a dog. She licked my hand. Does that count?
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
That's what mine does every morning. Cameron, I appreciate that. Yes. So I didn't want to like open up the commission list wide open today, but if there are folks interested in commissions, I do have a lengthy list going. But if people don't mind, at this point, probably several months wait, I can get you in on the commission list. Just message me. I'll give you all the full scoop of details. And also I'll give a little heads up that we will be doing Steph's birthday bash sale the second weekend in May. So we did my birthday bash sale back in March. So Steph's birthday is rolling around, so we're going to do her birthday bash sale. We'll do a live sale over on Facebook. So if that's something you're interested in, commissions and artwork and all that jazz, make sure you go like the Facebook page, and we'll put all that information out as we get closer. I'm going to have, and you know what, since we're doing Gem City Comic Con, it's definitely my favorite con. And I know a couple of folks have been asking and interesting and wanting to see it. I'm going to do a little tiny preview of my Hardly Thin exclusive that we're going to release for Steph's birthday bash con. It's in honor of a certain dog because we named the dog Indiana. Little homage to Indiana Jones, little Temple of Doom action going on. So there's a little preview of what the Hardly Thin exclusive is going to look like. So yeah, we'll have that going up here in the next week or two. And I see Ian's joined us, and Ian, yeah, I definitely have the Daryl Banks variant. So drop me a note. Sheen. Oh, it's hard to stay 6 feet away. Oh, I am that lovable.
I'm sorry, I'm dying over here. You said that, and all I hear is Sean Connery's voice now. We named the dog Indiana. Oh, thanks,
Yeah.
Sean. One of my all-time favorite movies.
Yes, and it's actually on in the background. We've got to turn it way down so that we don't get any kind of trouble from the FCC or some shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got Raiders of the Lost Ark going in the background here, and it's only happened once. Now, somebody's gonna be 5 come September, and all that time of all the us constantly watching Indiana Jones whenever it's on TV. There's only been one time where Marion screams Indiana, and he hopped up. He was like half asleep on the couch, and that scream came across in like one of the commercials, and he jumped up like who's yelling at me? But all the other times he just ignores it.
Yeah.
Sandra said, hi, Sandra. Thanks, Zach and Jen, for sharing the page there.
I have to say, my dogs only have reactions to 2 movies at this point. So Shigo gets excited if Godzilla, the real Godzilla, not that Matthew Broderick, whatever that thing was, but the real any real Godzilla. She prefers, like I do, the original old Japanese Godzilla movies.
Nice.
She'll watch those. Like, she will sit up and watch those. And she barks at any of the Planet of the Apes movies. She doesn't like talking apes.
Nice.
And both of them, if you've ever seen the Animal Planet show, Too Cute.
I've seen little bits and pieces of it at times. Yeah, Steph is like full on nerd for Animal Planet.
So I get no reaction when there's puppies, but when there's little kitties meowing, both of my dogs are trying to find them.
Yeah, Indy loves cats. Our neighbor used to have an outdoor cat that would come over and play, and we would just have to say the cat's name, and he would go bonkers just looking for her. And yeah, it's, I don't know, something about it. Like this morning, there was a rabbit out back. He's like, I don't give a crap. There's a cat? Well, yeah. And then he goes out and plays with the cat. He doesn't like go like nuts and try to attack the cat. He actually sits there and like rolls around with the cat. So Steph just got this printed for me. I don't know if Jim's watching, but last night I finished up an exclusive cover for Totally Rad Comics, and they're doing a sale for May the 4th. For May the 4th be with you. So their character Violet, I got to do her in a nice little Star Wars theme. So check out the Totally Rad Comics Facebook page. They've got a link up to their store to where you can pick up the new book. And I believe they're offering some options where you can get it signed by me. So check out their page and web store there.
The Emperor's changed a lot since the last time I've watched. George Lucas keeps changing stuff. No.
I know, man. It's like space isn't cold anymore. It's calmed down a little bit. They installed some heaters on the Death Star.
Guess that means I'm at. Oh my gosh, that is coming up, isn't it? May the 4th. Man, I'm gonna have to brust off that Star Wars Battlefront 2 and play some of that for that on that day. I haven't played that.
Yes. I've been. I think about 3 times now. I've gotten the opportunity to play Jedi Fallen Order. I still need to get some more time in on it. I'm really enjoying it, but I haven't made it very far. I've only spent about maybe a combined hour and a half playing the game.
I could tell because you didn't go, oh my gosh, at the end, which is what everybody says after they play. So I could tell you haven't finished it.
No. Oh, and there's Indy saying hi to everybody. And Zach again, thank you guys. And the variant cover, like I said, that's available on their store if anybody wants to go after it. I'm supposed to be getting some copies of it. I don't know when though, so I'm gonna send everybody to get stuff from them first. You can get it signed by me and all that jazz. And back to the May the 4th and the Star Wars stuff. That's like, again, I'm like super excited about what I saw on last night's episode. We were sitting there. It was like I was just jonesing all day to watch it. And I was trying to get everything done work-wise first. And about, 6 o'clock, we finally called it on trying to work for both of us because it was just one of those days. It's like, yeah, it's definitely time for a break. Ate some dinner, watched some Clone Wars, and then another cool movie, if anybody wants to check it out on Netflix, is that Extraction with Chris Hemsworth.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty cool. It was it's produced by the Russo brothers, and one of the Russo brothers wrote the screenplay, I think it was. And I didn't realize it, but it's based on a book by Andy Parks, who, as long as I was reading it right and seeing it, he's done quite a bit of comic book stuff as far as I know. So it was pretty cool. It's a really neat story. To me, it kind of had like a little bit of the John Wick flair as to how they did the fights and whatnot. So if you're into that kind of stuff, it's definitely right up your alley. I dug it.
I might be a little busy the next 2 days.
Well, you got that. But, come. What are you doing Monday? You're going to be sitting at home just like everybody else.
No, Monday I have to go back to editing videos and getting them up on YouTube. Slight difference. And as the amateur editor that I am, which is called, I need to put this here, and yeah. Good luck, guys. Have fun. Watch it.
Nice. I haven't even attempted to dive into doing any of the editing stuff. My version of putting up highlights so far on Twitch I just hit that little highlight button and select the whole video. It's no longer a highlight.
Well, yeah, but it's the only way to save your videos.
Yeah.
And it's all about saving my videos.
Yeah. I'm just too lazy to try to figure out any more of doing it. It's like, yeah, this is good enough. People can just watch and listen to the complete replay. It'll be fine.
Oh yeah. The thing is at this point, as I've progressed one of the things that most of your videos aren't that long, where mine are almost about an hour and a half, 2 hours long.
Yeah, now I've been trying to stay in the half hour to hour range on most everything.
But for me, I don't have that problem I have this little bit. So what I do, because also you sketch, I play video games.
Right.
So what I'm doing is I'm just ticking. So when something stupid happens, like I jump and there's no elevator there to catch me, and then I'm kerfluffered on the floor, which happens quite a bit in Star Wars: The Old Republic. I tick it on a notebook paper that I have while I'm playing the games, so I could go back. And what I want to do is eventually either I'm going to figure it out or I'm just going to pay an editor, and I want them to put this montage of AGPs, moments.
Oh yeah. Do all the epic fails, as the kids used to call it. I don't know what they call it now. I saw.
I have ideas, but they're not Gym City appropriate. So nope.
I saw. I think Jeremy hopped in and said hi, and I don't know who else I might have missed, but hi to everybody that joined in and was watching us ramble and sketch and whatnot here. All right, I think I got an Ahsoka sketched out here, so I know I got a little bit more time here, so I'll start another sketch.
Yeah, start another sketch. I mean, you have the time, and we can always do the exit while you're finishing sketching and get ready for the next one anyway.
There you go.
It's not like we really had a lot of time to prep.
It's all good. But I don't know. I know people are probably like jumping in and in and out on watching the stream here, but I'll just shout out again of anybody that's recently joined in. Steph's been posting links up, and Amanda's got links going across the screen to all the social media stuff. So you guys missed me at the beginning. I showed off some of the books we've got available, but we'll put all that stuff up on the Facebook page of like stuff that's available for sale. Since this is a virtual con experience, we do have some books and whatnot that are available for purchase. We got a web store set up, so anybody wants to go check it out. We've got artwork, commissions, all that kind of stuff on the web store as well. So if anybody was after that stuff, if we were at real Gem City Comic Con, it's also available at online Gem City Comic Con.
Right. And again, big shout out to Stephanie, because not only is she making sure that the links are being posted over on the Gem City Comic Con Facebook page where this is being live streamed, but over on the AGP Twitch channel where this is being live streamed as well. So you guys are getting your links, and of course we're posting them up here as Sean draws a robot head. I don't know. This is why I'm not an artist.
It's eventually going to be Venom here. Venom's been pretty big for some recent sketches and some covers that I was doing. So I figured better put out some sort of Venom something or other. And Jeremy, thanks for sharing the link there. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. By the way, we all have a few moments to breathe. Jesse has to go mow his mother's lawn.
Oh, no.
I'll be honest. I watched your sketch yesterday, and as you were trying to do Venom, I was like, is he making the alien? The xenomorph? What is he making? Again, this is why Amanda's not an artist. She's the talker.
Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is.
I mean, trust me, watching you do that, and I'm like, I could do that. It ain't gonna look anything like that, but I could scribble that quickly. Yeah, no problem.
Hey, you could join in with Jesse's daily quarantine sketches with the kids.
Yeah. How about if I stick with Amanda will play video games so people have stuff to laugh at?
There's that too.
And again, we cannot express how grateful and thankful we all for everybody showing up and joining and participating in this. It means everything to us.
Yes, it absolutely does. And like I was trying to tell Jesse, I mean, I've only missed 2 Gem Cities over the last 15 years. I missed the first one, and I missed it it's either 2017 or 2018 because it ended up hitting the same weekend as WonderCon. And well, it was my birthday, and I wanted to go to Disneyland. Dang it!
Remember that year?
And I had an absolute blast. But as always, I miss my Gem City family, and Jesse has been nothing but like overly gracious, grateful, helpful. I can't even come up with enough adjectives to describe what all he's done over the the last 15 years to just help in some way, shape, or form, whether it's inviting me out to the con, or actually, you know what, I should give Jesse grief just for this one brief moment. The first Gem City I did was the second one because I missed the first one. I'd emailed him about doing it, and we were still living in Indiana at the time. And we actually ended up having a wedding shower type thing the weekend of the first Gem City Comic Con. So we didn't get to make it. And so we moved to Columbus in the meantime. And I was at the Buckeye Comic Con back when it was still at the Buckeye Hall of Fame. And Jesse was set up selling books, and Izzy was with him. But Izzy is actually the one that came over and handed me the application form and invited me to the con. And I'm not going to let either one of them live that now. So in a sense, it's all Izzy's fault. Cameron, thank you. And I missed John, but I saw him say something about the Venomized Xenomorph, and that would definitely be a cool idea.
You can make it happen.
It was, so I don't know if Izzy's watching or paying attention, but yeah, this is this is all Izzy's fault of making us part of the Gem City family in more ways than one. So
kind of like how it's your fault that I got involved in this. Thanks.
Oh, there's that.
You're good with social media. Go talk to that guy. Why am I talking to this guy? Just go talk to that guy. Okay. Oh, well, I run Gem City. Oh, Sean, you're in trouble.
I try to do what I can to help friends out, and I just always hope that it works out for the best, and try to do what I can when I can, and it's like I guess just try to return the favor. Like I said, Jesse's done all sorts of stuff to help me out over the years, so I try to do what I can to help him out, and whatever the case may be, whether it's doing some art for the show or trying to pass along a phone number or something to, for somebody to be a guest at the show, or whatever, whatever a little bit I can throw in there, I try to do. So
right.
And yeah, Ian's throwing a comment about remembering Buckeye Comic Con from way back. Yeah, those were a lot of fun, especially when I was at the Buckeye Hall of Fame. It was actually, you could actually order stuff direct from the bar, and they would bring it right to you at the con. It was awesome.
Jesse, we need a bar in the convention center.
There you go.
I won't be worth anything at that point, but we need a bar on the floor of the convention center. Where's Amanda? She found the bar. It's over.
Hey, it'll be fine.
But
just imagine if they were ever legalized marijuana. Can you imagine what the con would look like then?
The line's gonna go really slow.
Yeah, everything would go really slow.
On the bright side, you're gonna look so busy because people are gonna be like, I can't remember if I saw this one or not. So like all these droves of people would just be there at the table. Man, he must be popular.
The concession stand would be rocking and rolling all weekend.
I feel bad for that poor McDonald's around the corner. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. I need 12 Big Macs.
Y'all packed your lunches for this, right? Because we ain't getting in anywhere. And the sad part is I'd be the only one there not.
And just we've had a number of crazy con experiences where we've been somewhere and the stuff's legal, and it wasn't actually me, it was a buddy, and he actually had a dude walk up and was like, he picked up something like the day before. I think he got like a book or something, and he was really like really thrilled with it, whatever. And he came back to the table and he's like, oh man, he's like, I love this book and blah blah blah. He's like, hey, I want to give you something. And he reaches in his pocket, and the buddy just looks at him. He's like, oh, okay, cool, but I don't want it if it's weed. And then the guy pulls his hand out of his pocket. And then the guy's like, no, or my buddy's like, no, I'm just kidding. And then the guy goes and reaches back in his pocket, and he's like, no, seriously, I don't want it. And the guy was just so confused of what to do. It's got to make it entertaining, and I'm sure Jesse would have a blast if he's got booze and weed running around the convention center. I'm sure that'll be a fun liability to deal with. Yeah,
that is a conversation.
I don't know. I went there. It's early, and I thought it was funny because.
Oh, it's funny. I'm just. See, you're like, it's early, and I'm going, I've already been up for 4 hours, so.
Yeah, no. I kind of slept in. I got up at 8. Steph actually set an alarm for like the first time in a couple of weeks, and it scared the crap out of me.
Well, as most everybody at this point, I hope everybody knows what's going on, and the reason why we're having to do this is because of the COVID-19. My mom needed stuff from Kroger, and since I'm faster and I'm a better, so I can get in and out of the stores, I volunteered to run into the store, get the stuff mom needed, and get out. So I had to get up early, and not to mention the fact that anytime we go to a store, we get up early because we don't want to be in the middle of the crowd. We don't want to be a part of that. We want to do our part of helping and staying quarantined and contained. That's why we only leave the house once every 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, we're doing the same thing. We've tried as much as possible to do ordering and getting stuff delivered. So a huge shout out for anybody doing the grocery store delivery stuff, doing Shipt. I know I've got a buddy that's doing Shipt that, they're putting themselves at risk to help everybody else out. So huge shout out to all those folks. Anybody that's essential right now, you guys are making stuff happen. So all the rest of us appreciate it.
Oh yeah. What you guys have done to help keep the economy going, making sure that people are taken care of, and some of the horror stories that I've heard coming from people, because I have a couple of friends that are essential workers. Mad props to you guys. Mad props.
Oh yeah.
And so, but I'm so happy. Mm-hmm. And but funny story. So I'm like, I could do this. This ain't a problem. And then I put everything together and I went, I can't sit here for 7-8 hours and not go to the bathroom and eat this time. Hey, Cassie, come here.
There you go.
In which you guys will get to see Cassie. Cassie is the secretary of AGP. The roast would be epic or terrible, probably both. Oh man, I don't even want. How do we stream that? That can't go up on YouTube. They have way too many no laws nowadays.
Yeah, that's a quick strike against your community standards.
Do y'all don't know? Funny thing, you don't realize how much of a foul mouth you have until you start doing stuff like this.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know I've let a couple of things slip this morning. I try my darndest not to do it because I know it can ding you on the various social medias, and I don't want that to happen. Yeah, it's a trip.
Yeah, like the hardest one for me is the big F-bomb.
Oh yeah.
And if I concentrate enough, I could go, oh, Frel, or oh, frack. But
right,
when you're being hunted down in a battle royale situation and they're trying to take the money off of you while you're trying to get it into the helicopter, nope.
Get to the chopper.
Oh, the new Predator game came out.
Oh, I didn't know there was one.
Oh yeah. It's you and four other people, so it's a 5-player game. One person's the Predator, the other 4 are humans. The 4 humans have to go in and do an objective and either get out and not get killed by the Predator or kill the Predator, and the Predator's job is to kill everybody. It's so much fun. I just really suck at being the Predator.
Nice. I had no idea that they made a game. That's cool.
Oh yeah, and you can make your Predator male or female. Really cool.
Nice.
And my female Predator is horrible. She's sexy. She's just... I need to upgrade her, and quick.
Nice.
It's called Predator Hunting Grounds.
Okay.
So, yeah. It just came out. I got to play the free beta when it was out. We streamed that over on Twitch.
Nice.
So, yay!
Got a Venom scribble going on here. But I don't know. I guess I should say thanks again for putting us all together, and everybody that's come in, showing up to watch, hang out, and all that kind of stuff. Because this is a great idea, and getting the chance to just hang out, chat with everybody, all that kind of stuff. We can't do the con in person, so next best thing here.
Oh yeah. And again, I seriously would not be able to do this if it wasn't for you guys. I'm just absolutely excited, and it's very heartfelt for what you all have done to help us with this.
Oh, I mean, again, it's just, trying to go back and, do our part to, not just help out, the con, but to, help out Jesse, help out you, help out, all of the fellow, like family of creators. And, I don't know. I don't know if there's any vendors hopping on today or tomorrow, but even the vendors, I mean, I could sit here and do this stuff till the cows come home, but without having the vendors to make some of the stuff available and whatnot, those guys are, essential part of the network. And, I would say, like, as everybody's, been doing this stuff, and, we ourselves have had been doing the live sale stuff on like Facebook and whatnot. Make sure you check out all your local comic shops, because I know a lot of them have been doing live sales and variations on like doing the delivery and stuff. So, make sure you scope all that stuff out in addition to doing all this stuff. I want to keep this stuff up and running so that, as soon as we get back to whatever our new normal is, that, we can do the cons again, do the in-store appearances, all that jazz.
All right. Well, Sean, I want to say thank you. Unfortunately, our time is up with Sean Forney, but if you are reading the scroll, up next is Erica Martin and Adam Fields and their little party hour. What that entails, I have no idea. They put it together in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Awesome.
But thank you so much for the sketches, Sean.
Amanda,
thank you so much for the support.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to everybody that watched, and good luck to everybody else the rest of this weekend. Have fun. Amanda, make sure you be careful doing all this stuff.
I will. Thank you so much, Sean. We
Cool. Thank you.
see you soon.
See you all later.
Bye. Hey!
Hey,
Hey,
How you guys doing?
puppy.
good.
Yay! So, yeah. So, guys, we're getting ready to start our next panel. Oh, hi. You want to be a part of this? Right. Put me down. But you just crawled up here. There. Okay. You just. Hi. The lovely things we have to do from being at home. Yay!
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. Okay. So anyway, guys, as like we said before, we got a bunch of things going on here today. Again, we want to thank Sean Forney for starting us off with an amazing sketch of Ahsoka Tano and Venom, and now we're getting ready to go into Adam's hand. Let's give Adam his hand. There's Adam's hand.
You guys have any feedback or anything? No? Good.
Not yet.
Awesome.
Not
Sounds good
yet.
to me.
And then if there is, I'll just leave and I'll let you two deal with it and be like, deuces.
We already did a test run before we hopped on here. So we did a sidebar thing. So we should be good.
Awesome. So, of
Now,
course,
which knows?
so guys, let me introduce you to one of my favorite authors. She's amazing. She's a sweetheart. She keeps putting stuff in the mail and then telling me about it after she's already put it in the mail, so I can't tell her no. Miss Erica Martin.
Hey, everybody. I'm really excited. Thanks, Amanda, for putting this on.
Not
This
a
is
problem.
awesome.
And then her cohort in crime, the incomparable and the insufferable Adam Fields.
Hey, thank you.
No problem. And joining us is Adam's hand, which is probably the most dangerous. So, of course, everybody, as always, we ask that you be respectful during this. If you have any comments, you're more than welcome to post them. We're going to be putting them up here. Don't forget, you can watch this over on the Twitch channel of Amanda Gillen Presents, or you can watch it right on the Gem City Comic Con Facebook page. We thank everybody for joining us. I'm going to hand it over to them. I will be here if you need me, so you could just yell my name and I can ignore you, like normally. And
Awesome.
And I'll let you guys have at it. Enjoy your little party hour.
All
Bye.
right. How's it going?
So I think our party for this hour is going to be a couple of different things going on at once, because that's a real party. Adam's going to do a live drawing for us. I cannot draw, so you can just talk to me for the next hour.
Right.
We'll have as much fun as possible.
Awesome. All right. So first off, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get going. I randomly picked this one earlier out of my bin, and I'm going to draw Wolverine. So while I draw Wolverine, I'm going to let Erica talk about her books and what she's done, and then when she's ready, I will talk about mine. So go for it.
Okay, so am I the main screen here as you're drawing? Because I look like I'm really big.
You're the main screen.
Oh, okay. I was like, I can't see what Adam's drawing.
I was saying we can do the three side by side.
Whatever. I'd rather see your drawing than see my Harry Potter shirt. No,
not that much.
So
I'll work on that.
this is fun. I'm really excited to be here. I didn't know I was going to be paired up with Adam so I'm super lucky. When Amanda reached out, Adam and I are usually next to each other at Gem City. I think that's kind of where our friendship took off and where our collaboration took off. And he hasn't been able to get rid of me since. So Adam is the cover artist for nearly all of my books. I write under the pen name E.E. Martin, and we work on things together. So normally when I go to Gem City, I'm the one that has the dragon for the last few years. He's sleeping right now, so he can't be in the camera. He's a little hard to set up without a table put them on. But I'm the one that I have tons of different books for kids, teens, adults. I always ask you if you want a free bookmark, and we usually end up talking about planets and personalities. And really what I miss about Gem City is just being able to talk to people about what they're working on, about what the new stories I've got going on. It's one thing to sell a book. It's something totally different to have all the friendships that I've made over the years. I miss Amanda, I miss Nick, I miss Adam, there's so many people that I adore that I have been going to Gem City no matter what state I've lived in the last few years. I think a couple of years ago it was a 10-hour drive to get there, and it was totally worth it. But
you were in Atlanta then, yeah.
And I'm glad I'm not in Atlanta anymore. But when I was in Atlanta, thanks to traffic on 75, it took 10 hours to get to Gem City, and it was worth it. But while Adam draws Wolverine, which is coincidentally the first piece of art that I ever bought from Adam before we were friends, was a Wolverine print. So I will. We can kind of go back and forth, Adam, so it doesn't feel like it's just me talking this whole time. But pick a book, Adam. I'll let you. Oh, it's a party.
Let's start with the Planet series. I like that one.
Okay. That's usually, I got them all sitting over here. Gift of Saturn. I wish I could show you my dog, Saturn. You can kind of see his picture up here. He's sitting beside me, but I can't, he's a little camera shy. Gift of Saturn is one of my favorites to talk about at Comic-Cons. It's my weirdest one. Absolutely love having to explain how crazy it is to people. But if you come to my table at Gem City or at any other event, you're going to see a bunch of really bright, colorful bookmarks. I always offer you to take one for free. And you can either pick one because you just like the color, or we kind of chat and get to know each other, and you figure out which planet you are. In Gift of Saturn, everybody's connected to a planet based on your personality. And planets end up being real people that are kind of like immortals, and they give you gifts and weapons and curses if they need you to do things for them. So it follows a character that Adam has actually drawn for my banner, Paige. She's kidnapped, and she receives the rings of Saturn. They're these weapons that come off of her wrists, and she ends up getting in this big political war that's happening right behind right under our noses. It's in the real world, but all this is happening in the background. Adam actually redid the covers for me recently, which was amazing because I did the original covers back before I knew Adam. And if we talk about Warped Ones, you'll know why that's a really bad idea for me to touch my own covers. But Adam did these really great covers where he took the symbols for the planets, and I'll put that a little closer. And so for each of the 5 books in that series, the symbol for that planet's on there, and then all 9 symbols are on it together. So if you're into planets and mythology and you're nerdy about that, you know what those symbols are, and it's really a lot of fun. Really got inspired by Sailor Moon. I know Amanda knows my love of Sailor Moon. We've talked about that on her podcast. And absolutely loved that growing up, and I was always really inspired by just planets mythology. And so when I had a chance to have an idea about kind of infusing that into my own story, I had to run with it. So it's one of my favorite series. I named my first dog after it. I thought he was going to be really protective, and in the books, Saturns are guardians, and they're very protective of people. But if you ever see any pictures of my dogs on my Facebook page, you're going to know that Saturn is a complete wimp. And Adam just drew him for me yesterday. That is like talking about a party. That's the best party favor ever. Is Adam did a cartoon of both my dogs, Saturn and Rebel, and no one will ever make a better gift for me.
Okay. I have to say, Adam, I want one for my Chihuahua.
Yep.
Make her a gamer.
I posted.
You got it.
I shared that with some people, like some coworkers, and I haven't quite told them to go bombard Adam yet, but I think I got 7 different people yesterday asking if they could get one too. So I think that's really popular there. So Adam, tell us a little bit about what you're drawing. I'm gonna take a break from talking for a second.
Okay. So basically, I'm just now in the inking stage of Wolverine here. I'm just placing some shadows. I have kind of a weird style where I smudge ink instead of render. you just got done watching Sean, who is fantastic. When I got started in here, Sean was one of the first ones that I sort of gravitated towards, just because I loved his clean style. And then I decided I can't do clean that well. I have to be kind of messy and everything. So I took sort of inspiration from him and a few others to sort of develop my own little style here. So right now I'm just going through and finding all these dark shadows, because I figure the light's coming from the back. So we're going to have a lot of some deep shadows going around his chin. So I'm going to see if I can get this completed. I'm just inking it for the stream today. So we're going to see if I can get it all done while we're on here. So that's what I've got. And I can see the chat. So if there are any comments, please, by all means, leave them in here. Wolverine is actually one of my favorite characters to draw. Big fan of the 90s animated series, and now that we have Disney Plus, I absolutely love being able to share that with my kids.
I think everybody should request that Adam draw Rogue from the animated series as well, because I have been trying to push him to draw Rogue for years.
Adam, if you ever want in anything again, you will have to draw Rogue.
I will have to draw Rogue.
Thank you, Amanda.
Heard. Gotcha.
I would love to see a combo of Gambit and Rogue print together too.
Gambit's one that I've always wanted to draw. And what's funny was he was on one of the banned list for my Marvel card, so I always kind of forget about him. But when it comes to me, I nothing's telling me not to do it, so I might as well just do it.
Hey, Adam, you have a question. Do you prefer yellow and blue or brown and gold yellow suit?
Yellow and blue, just because that's what I grew up with in the cartoon, and I'm kind of nostalgic like that. But I have drawn the brown and yellow a couple times. Good question, though. That's another thing,
Everyone's agreeing with me on here, just so you know. I'm keeping up with the chat while you're drawing.
When whenever I get commissioned to do something, I have to ask them, like, what era costume, what design. If you want Daredevil, do you want the yellow suit? Do you want the black suit? Do you want, what do you want? It's kind of insane how many iterations.
That doesn't have Ben Affleck in it.
Yeah, Ben Affleck suit. That one's not been asked, often. But
so Adam does a lot of work for me. God bless him. And I imagine that when people ask for their certain suits or their details for the commissions, they're probably more artistically inclined than I am. When I just say, "Can you make a doodle with some magic?" And make it.
Yeah. Can you add a swoosh around that?
Yeah, just want to swoosh.
Make it pop.
I appreciate art, but I don't speak art well. I'm definitely a word artist, not a visual artist.
That's right. And you know what? We need all of it. Without your words, I have nothing to draw. So right now I'm just using a paint marker to bring out some stuff. So I think the second book you should talk about is Squid.
That's your favorite, isn't it?
It is my absolute favorite, because it absolutely needs to be a comic book.
One day, yes, Squid is the banner that I've got behind me, and it's my I'll switch and show you guys real quick. Squid Files in the Case of Stolen Dreams is book 1. It's actually the reason that I even talked to Adam in the first place. I was sitting across from him at our first Gem City. Amanda's kind of our meet cute here, because I wanted to go to Gem, and a friend had told me I would love it, but they didn't have any tables. And the same week of the con, Amanda messages me and says there's an open table. So I get ready and go. And then Adam ends up at that. Yeah, thank you. Adam ends up at the con too, because there was an open table. He was just there for one day. It was really close to where I was. Decided to go check out his stuff. And at that time, I hadn't written Squid. I had a couple other series. And I realized, like, hey, this guy could, like, the art style, I just really thought he could pull off this idea for a book I hadn't even started yet. And I talked to him about it. He may have, I'm not sure if he realized what he was getting himself into when he said he'd be willing to
Nope.
talk to me about my book covers. But it has created a great friendship. He has done way too many for me since. But Squid is my one series that's for younger readers. So I usually give it to like 9 to 13-year-olds. It's written at a 5th grade level. I always like to say it's like if X-Files happened in middle school and was a little more kid-friendly, then that would be the series. It follows a group of 4 students in the first couple of books that are recruited by their librarian because only kids can see the unusual things that happen in their school, and they have to solve these like paranormal mysteries, and it's really fun. It's really lighthearted. It's one of my only series where people are not allowed to die. So it's one series that my aunt will actually read because somebody dies in every other book I've ever done, I think. But it's...
So it really is a comic book because no one can really die.
Yeah.
It's true.
Adam has done the covers for the first 2, and he just finished the 3rd one that I just ordered a proof copy. So this series could go on forever, but there's at least going to be 4 books. It's really lighthearted. It's really fun. There's good life lessons for kids, but it's a really fun one to go to like an elementary or middle school with and do book talks. I make like these little case files that they can solve mysteries. So it's really interactive. It's really fun. I love Squid.
They are. It's honestly one of my favorites, just because of the story and how relative it is for the kids. I have a 12-year-old and a 7-year-old, and they actually both enjoy it. So it's a lot of fun.
It's on Adam's reading level, I think. So that's
it is
why
absolutely on my reading level. I'm not a reader at all. My wife is laughing in the background. If you guys can't hear, is she knows it's true. And funny thing is, my wife's a librarian, so she totally gets it.
And the librarian in Squid has the same name as his wife.
Yes. So it's just so funny.
So what you're telling me is Squid is the X-Files meets Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. Yeah. Except there's no cute dog. There's a goblin and gargoyles and ghosts, but no cute dog.
So, but the dog's already been done, so you gotta kind of like, they're it's the Squid Files, so you need to give them like a little mini Cthulhu pet or something.
Cthulhu. That's one character I love drawing.
Have you done that one before? I don't know if I've seen that one.
It's not published yet, but I have done a book where Cthulhu is in it.
Here, I'll show you. Do Cthulhu. Look, and then when I'm tired, it goes to sleep.
Is that a keyblade on your wall?
Yes, it's a keyblade on my wall.
Nothing gets by her.
Where's the other one?
I'm a bit of a fan of that too.
A little bit.
Ooh.
And this one's metal.
Oh, wow.
Legit.
Yes, sweetie, you're talking. Yes, there's 2 keyblades and the Halo sword and lightsabers and you name it. This girl has it. Don't distract from the Don't distract from the art. She has a museum of geekdom.
I think she can have her own hour of just going through Amanda's collection.
Yeah, just a tour of
7 hours of this. It wasn't my fault. Right to Adam's picture.
So Adam, why don't you tell them a little bit about not your picture, but what you're working on with Prowl? Because I am so stoked for those that haven't read it. Volume 2 is going to be awesome.
Yes, it is going to be probably one of the best things that I've put out, and I've taken my precious time with it. So if you guys didn't know, I write and illustrate a comic book series called Prowl. It's about a vigilante werewolf based in a small town, because that's kind of where I'm from. My town is relatively small. I think we only have like 8,000 people that live here. So whenever something happens, everybody knows it. So that's kind of the genesis of where the story sort of came from, because I'm tired of all these big cities getting blown up and stuff, and our tax dollars having to go pay to fix them. So what I basically did with it was I released issue 1 through 7. 7 just came out, and ironically it was supposed to debut at a con just before Gem City. So I was going to have some big stuff for Gem City. And then, COVID decided to be a jerk and kill everything. So I decided to work on volume 2, which is going to be a little different. And that's what Erica was just mentioned was volume 2 is going to be not a traditional comic book, but rather a graphic novel. And that's going to be the new format going forward. And what's happening in volume 2 is so much darker, and we are starting to explore exactly what is in the town and who is kind of in charge of what's going on, and setting up some really major villains, because let's face it, the villains are the coolest things out there.
I'm so excited for your new villain too.
Yes.
I'm fortunate enough to know what volume 2 is going to have.
You are probably one of the only 4 people I think that know what is happening. So, and if you guys want to know too, in the end of issue 7, you kind of get to see him. So you guys should absolutely check it out. I love Prowl. And if you haven't, I'm back on. Check that out. So
yes. When did we get to an issue 7? Because I'm only on 3. And why haven't you told me there was anything after 3? You're in trouble.
Oh, there's been so many. Here's 7. Yeah, it just came out. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like maybe a month ago. I don't slow down. I will just keep putting stuff out.
And if y'all think this isn't what I do to them at a convention, you're seriously wrong. Because I do this stuff to them at a convention.
She will absolutely walk around and harass us, but it's all out of love. Heck, we were at that Geeked Out together, weren't we?
If it goes, are you coming back this year?
Maybe. It depends on if I have anything else going on.
Because you saw
I saw they moved it or something, right? They pushed
it's 4 days.
Oh,
so it's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday event.
Okay, cool. Because Adam Blackwell, the guy who helps put it on, is actually my colorist. He was the colorist on 7. Yeah, he's a good guy. So, what's up, Adam? If you're on here, gotta show some love. So that's what Prowl is. It's my baby through and through, and kind of like Erica said, it's like Squid, where it could go on forever. Because there's always things I can do. It's basically about this guy named Alex who finds this amazing stone that gives him the power to turn into a wolf. And the whole plot is built around where did that stone come from. So I'm almost done with this, by the way.
Just something else. We'll just throw something random at you.
I could grab another blank out of my bin here, because right now I'm working on a board game poster. Whoops. Oh, I'm gonna have to correct that. So I just flattened out his head. See that?
I really enjoy how you correct things.
I know.
That I wouldn't even, like, when I got my Squid cover for the new look, and I was like, this bowl didn't look like this the first one. I'm like, yes, that was an accident.
Yeah, whoops.
But I wouldn't have known it if I didn't see the rough draft.
So, well, I just noticed I did all of this little stuff for his beard, and I'm covering it all up, which is all right, because what I'll do is I'll grab my gel pen, or I will have my son grab my gel pen.
You,
in here. Hey, Kayla.
You have a question, Adam?
I do.
Is it hard making your own comic book by yourself, or do you have help producing it?
It is insane doing it by yourself. Hey, can you grab me a whiteout pen and my gel pen on my desk? Thank you. I love my kid. He's awesome.
Okay, everybody just saw to that question was just asked. He obviously doesn't do it by himself. You, kid, go. I need this, this, and this.
Right. I have help. Now, so the first the first couple issues I did do completely by myself. I had somebody help me with what we call the flatting stage, and they just basically flatted the colors, and then I rendered everything. It took so long to do, and basically by the time you get to the coloring stage, you're burned out because I've already penciled and inked it, and then I have to touch it again, and it's just tough to not get burned out. So having that assembly line, I can go completely hog wild on the pencil, pass it over to my inker now, and say, hey, good luck. And then that's it. And then they pass over to Adam, the colorist, and say, hey, good luck. Because, oh, thank you. Thanks, kid. So, yeah, it's definitely it's worth having a team versus doing it all by yourself. I will always have a team now for really anything I try to do. And if they ask me to do it all by myself, I just tell them to go pound sand because I can't do it. Mentally, I can't.
If there could be a team member that slows you down, it would be me. I don't actually make Prowl, but I like to slow it down with like a million questions and getting to know what's going on and making Adam question himself.
Roger, but they are very, very helpful questions because thanks to her questioning was semi the reason for the delay on 7.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right because I think it made it better, way better. It kind of pushed me to my limit of like, okay, if this could be way better. I could go the super obvious route, or I can go this super fun, awesome route that no one else has ever done, and I'd much rather do that. So, yeah, it's not your fault. But, yeah, I think that's going to be that. This is the type of sketch I would do at a con anyway if you were to commission me to do a piece. So there's Wolverine.
I have several people asking if Rogue is next. Just throwing that out there.
Well, I don't think I think I have one blank, but I think we'll avoid that. If anything, I'll grab a Prowl blank and draw him.
We will get a Rogue at some point.
Oh, absolutely. So I plan on doing a new whole different print series, and I think you and I had talked about what the print series should be, and I think Rogue will fit perfectly in that.
I think I gave you like 7 print series.
Yeah, you did, and I liked 3 of them.
It's kind of like, hey, that's a better rate than I like the names that you give me for my characters.
My names are awesome. So she always puts a lot of thought into these names on her characters. And that was kind of one of the hangups. And there's going to be something completely different in Prowl Volume 2 with one of the characters. And I'm actually really excited for that in particular. And it's hard for me not to let that cat out of the bag. Yeah, she asked for suggestions. I throw out my suggestions. And
they're not that great.
They are amazing.
His son is really good at it.
My son is awesome at stuff.
Caleb has named some characters.
I think I'm going to make it look like it's raining. Yep, that's going to happen. I'm just going to keep working on this. We're going to make it look like it's raining off of him. So
will you color this piece, or does it stay black and white?
It's just going to be black and white. Yeah. Yeah, we're just going to do black and white today. Because, like I said, after this, I'm going to be inking this board game piece. So I want to stay in that mindset of inking. So, not that I don't mind coloring. Yesterday kind of kicked my butt with coloring.
You ran out of blue.
I did run out of blue. And what's funny is I completely decided to go away from that altogether and just strictly use Photoshop. So I'm working on a children's book right now and struggling with cutesy. I can't draw cute. I rather draw dark and gritty like this because this is way more fun. But everyone wants a children's book, so that's what we are delivering in our children's book.
Amanda, were you gonna say something? You popped in.
He keeps saying card game, card game, card game. Need info, need input. County 5, need input.
I need input. I'm just told to draw the artwork. I haven't asked much about the game because it's still in development. But best believe I'm going to be being a test subject for it because I like games too.
On our list of projects is eventually a prowl game, a squid game.
Yes.
Pick me to help. Pick me to help.
Always.
Ooh.
Always.
I want to make a squid that's like cooperative Clue for kids, where they have to like solve the mysteries together, but they have like different tools depending on which kid they are.
Yes.
Because I really love Harry Potter Hogwarts Battle, if anybody's played that, for 12 hours straight to get through that whole game. But I like how every character has their own like special skills and you work together.
12 hours straight?
Amanda, have you played the Sailor Moon dice game?
No. Amanda want. I don't know what it is, but I want it now.
I didn't even know what the game was. Someone said, "Hey, there's a Sailor Moon board game." And I said, "Buy it for me." I don't care what it is. And it's just it's a dice game, but you get like different powers of dice depending on which character you are. But it's good. It's good.
Which is funny because I'm making dice, not only dice bags, but the dice tables. You know, those little like dice boards where you put the dice in the thing and you roll them.
Yeah, like a box?
Yeah, dice boxes. That's it.
That's the word.
That's the word, man. I'm tired.
Why? Putting together on in less than 12 hours?
I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't know about Harry Potter, but I do play one phone mobile game.
Well, this is a board game, but
Yeah, but
I can't.
I gotta catch them all.
So, Amanda, I don't know if you saw it when I posted it on Facebook, but my nephew is a huge Pokemon fan, and I'm a huge board game fan and Pokemon. So one time he showed up at my house, and I had spent 48 hours making his own Pokemon board game. It had 4 boards.
This was awesome.
It was $100 by the time I got done with it because I got really into it. But he had to go through 8 different gyms and then go through the last round, and they were all people he knew, so it was like customized. Like his grandpa was the first gym leader, and he knows that I kick his butt at any game I ever play against him. So I was obviously the champion he had to take on in the end, and he starts shaking, and when he won, he gets this Pikachu jacket that I bought him, and he just runs throughout the house like, I'm the champion. It took 5.5 hours to play that board game.
Okay, I gotta let you guys go. I have a shiny Abra. I have.
You get it.
I didn't say I was not gonna be normal me during this. Come on, people. There's a shiny Abra. I gotta get this.
Cassandra, so your comment about Harry Potter trivia and virtual game nights. That's my new favorite thing now. Is my friends and I even my coworkers, like, we're doing weekly virtual games that I ended up hosting because somehow I like to talk.
Yes.
People are commenting on your white speckles, which is Adam came. So cool thing that Adam did for me. My high school in Kentucky, where I grew up, every year they do this arts night. It's a very rural area, but they try to like just show off different art events. So they bring me in, and I have been bringing him for the last 2 years, and it just wowed the kids and the parents too when he pulls out his like card and some whiteout and just starts doing his magic like he's doing right now. And I've gotten like emails and messages just about how those kids were totally floored by what Adam can do with whiteout.
Those kids are awesome, though. I mean, the stuff that I saw this year when it was they had the Iron Man suit made of paper and then the T-Rex skull. Like, I don't know how they did that. I truly don't.
It's so incredible the stuff that they pulled off there. Like,
Yeah.
I love going back to that every year.
It's pretty impressive. I'm going to put my signature right here, which I recently redid. So there's that.
Hi, Angela Hickman. So you just joined.
There's Wolverine, guys. Pretty fun. I love drawing Wolverine. He's It's pretty straightforward. Hey, you haven't told him about Sapphire Curse yet.
True. And I hate to ruin a surprise for somebody, but somebody's getting this book next week. So I'll talk my newest book. Yeah, it might be Amanda.
Okay, you all don't understand how important this is. I don't read books. I haven't read a book since Harry Potter. This woman, I read her stuff.
So I have Amanda's address from years ago from where I sent her some other books. And on Friday, I donated about 50 books last week to teachers and kids. And I decided, since I was already on my way to the post office, I thought I would send Amanda a book, but I had to check that the address I had was still valid. And she said no, and she gave me the new one. And it's like it didn't click that she might be getting something when she gives me her address. So later I just let her know to be expecting that, and she didn't connect the dots. But I realized that, Amanda, you didn't have the newest book, and I just thought of you when I was putting the packages together. So this is my newest series. So excited to bring it to Gym because I didn't have it. It wasn't out last year at Gym. It is I had said for years I would never write with vampires because I didn't like how vampires were done, and then all of a sudden, like, I'm in love with my vampires. This series, Adam has done how many? 4 different character posters for it.
Yes.
Is that right? 4. He's done 3 of the vampires and then the main character who's not a vampire. But it's out of all my series, it's definitely like the edgiest, a little bloody, a little dark. It's more for adults.
A little bloody.
Yeah. Total opposite of Squid. People will die. There will be blood. Eyes get ripped out. Like, it's just like, what?
You sound like Farquaad on Shrek. Some of you may die.
And that's a risk I'm willing to take. But it's high paranormal magic vampires, and they're adult characters, so it's definitely the opposite of Squid, but I really super love it. I named my second dog after this book because it's the Rebels of the Realm series, and so that's why Rebel was named Rebel. But it follows some of my favorite characters. I wish I could show you. Adam did Xavier, who is my new favorite character of any book ever. He's very sarcastic, charismatic, like everybody's favorite character from this series. But it's not even though there's vampires in it, it's not a vampire story. It's more about the witches, and it's not the fun kind of magic. It's like you have to sacrifice things to pull off the spells and the magic in this one. If you're into that. Yeah. There's a lot of blood. There's a lot of healing stones if you're into like amethyst and all those kind of things. So I love this series. The sequel, Rebel Ruin, Adam just did the cover for that. So I shared that recently on my page. It's going to be one of the wildest books I've had is the sequel that's coming out soon. So this year I hope to have Squid, my kids' book, and the sequel and my bloody vampire story out pretty much at the same time. So.
All right, and so now the Gym City Comic Con online will have to be taken over by somebody else. I need to stand outside my door so I can get my book.
Yeah, well, it should be there probably Wednesday is what they told me.
Okay, so
I guess you don't have to stand out yet.
So I guess we do get to finish this. I don't have to stand out. Wednesday, I'll be sitting there. What are you doing? Waiting for my book. When did you get a book? Just shut up. I'm waiting for my book.
So, Eric, where can they get the books?
Oh, normally at Gym City, but since we can't be in person this year, the easiest place I always tell people is to go to Amazon because they're all on Kindle and they're all in paperback. There's a couple audiobooks. Everything's under E. Martin. If you go to my Facebook page, I'll share the Amazon page on there. Yeah, if you want to share the Amazon link, there are 13 different books you could get right now, so it's easier to go there and pick out which one you want. There's technically 17, but 4 aren't for sale right now. So it would E. Martin. I write all the books under that pen name, and Sapphire Curse is the first one in that series. So I'm really excited. If you start that one, because the second one's going to be out soon. They're also on other bookstores, like you could go to Books A Million's website or Barnes & Noble, but usually the cheapest place, and it qualifies for Prime shipping, is Amazon.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm going to
name. And
there we go. I'm linking it right now.
I've got a couple people who have joined late and they don't know who we are. So I know we're like a little over halfway, but if you want to, this is Adam.
So this is Adam Fields. He is an amazing artist and comic book creator. This is Erica Martin. She is my #1 author, and I'm the goofy person who put this all together for Gym City. I'm Amanda.
You're the BA, man. That's awesome that you were able to whip this out in a short amount of time.
Again, I cannot take all the credit. I would not be able to do this if it wasn't for amazing friends. I blew a horn going, attention, I need help, and you all came. And if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to put this together in the first place to help out Jesse and the Gym City Comic Con.
I brushed my hair this morning only because of you, Amanda. I'm even wearing jeans. It's not a pajama day. Like I was like, I'm gonna get legit.
I put on clothes.
That's funny. Yeah, that's one of the things that we're trying to get used to now. Or do we get dressed for the day or not? I don't know.
Mine is completely determined on how many times I have to be on camera that day.
Is it normally the upper part that you're dress out and then the rest is in fuzzies?
I have a hard time doing that. I don't like feeling like professional up top and party on the bottom. Like
you don't want to wear the full body mullet?
No.
Oh man.
The answer is tank top, no bra, little boy shorts, and I'm barefooted.
Dude, that's where I'm going wrong. I always have a bra on.
So are you done with this piece, Adam? Can we see it?
Yeah, I am done with this piece.
Boom!
So there it is.
Love the whiteout.
Some water. Once I discovered whiteout, I mean, it was a game changer. Because as you saw, I made a big mistake up here and it corrected it. So it's really, really cool. And I use it now on every single piece that I do. Which kind of makes you kind of go into this boldly.
So
see it.
We have like 18 minutes. Do you care for an impromptu Q&A, Adam, that you were totally unprepared for?
One more book real quick, though.
One more.
This is the
one more.
most important book that I have, and it's kind of a serious note. So sorry if it's kind of a serious tone real quick.
I gotta go. I can't do serious. No.
I always pitch this one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Coat. So Blue Coat Missionary. I'll hold it. And the light. There we go. Blue Coat Missionary. I did this book for the Sub-Zero mission out of Cleveland, Ohio. I'm going to pull it out and show you guys the back of it. So they came out. They posted on Facebook about needing comic book artists, and I naturally was tagged and asked. So what they do is they actually go out and clothe the homeless. So they will seek them out. They use the Stay Alive 5. They look for hats, coats, gloves, boots, sleeping bags, all sorts of stuff. So they actually will go out and they will. There's their logo. Let me see if I can pull that up. So there's their logo, and there's all their information. Like I said, they actually go out and clothe the homeless, which is a fantastic thing. Nobody else does. So they actually wanted to do a comic book to bring awareness to what they do, which is basically combat death. So just the first page here of the book just shows you Death and all his cohorts, which you get to meet this guy right here in the middle. His name's Petey. And in the book, it actually goes through what it looks like through a homeless guy's eyes, who suffers through PTSD. So this book right here, I always suggest picking up at my table. So if anything out of Gym City, and anything that you guys take away from me at least, definitely go to subzeromission.org and check out their book. Get it. It supports their mission to go out and save lives, because right now they can't do their normal fundraising because it's off season. So they normally do a golf outing, a motorcycle run, and a bunch of other get-togethers, and they can't obviously do that. So the comic book is going to be one of the best things for you guys to do to help them. They also take up monetary donations, but grab a comic book and it will also be awesome. So that's all I wanted to pitch, was just that book, because that's one of my favorite.
So if you guys have questions for me or Adam, put them in the comments. I'll make sure we ask them. Adam, question for you that I don't think we've answered. If someone wants to see about getting your art, like beyond, I know you said that was at Sub-Zero, but if they want to get Prowl or if they want to get one of your prints, where would they go? Have you dropped that yet?
Not yet. So you can go to midnight27studios.com, which is my company / website. You can go there, and I will leave it in the comment section. Boom, right there. You can go there, click store, and then you can check out all the prints that I have available. You can check out all the books that I have available, and all that. But if you're wanting a commission, I like to kind of keep you guys sort of in the loop. Whenever you are ordering a piece, you're kind of ordering something from me because it literally comes from my heart to you guys. So I want you as involved as possible. So I like to talk with you. So you message me on the Art of Adam Fields page, and I will keep you guys all updated on the progress of your piece.
Aw, Adam grew a heart.
I did. It's not big, but it's bigger. So, but yeah.
So question for you, Adam, that I got asked, but never told you about when we were at the high school. Someone asked, which of your prints would you say is your favorite? This was a 10-year-old, by the way.
Oh, my favorite. So one of my favorite prints. Okay, I have to go again. My heart's showing. Okay, it has to go down to 2 of them. All right. And if you go to my website and see the prints, there is a Bane and there is a Predator piece that I did. And the only reason I did those is because my kids nag me. And as if I don't draw, if I'm drawing 16 hours out of the day, that's not enough for them. They want to see me do something of theirs. So one time my 7-year-old Caleb, the one who, my little art assistant, he at dinner was nagging me to draw Bane, draw Bane. And I said, I don't want to draw Bane anymore. I don't want to draw anymore. So he finally wore me down and said, you know what? Fine, I'll just do it. And I did it very sarcastically. I said, fine, I'll do it. And I started scribbling, and I'm like, you know what? This kind of looks kind of cool. So I literally penciled it that evening, and I knocked it out. So then time came, and I said, hey, I need to make a piece for my other son. My oldest said, hey, who would you like me to draw? He goes, you haven't drawn Predator ever. I went, all right, let's draw Predator. So I did. And my little sneaky 7-year-old decided that he wanted in on that Predator print too. So if you ever look in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a skull with a missing tooth, and he had just lost his very first tooth when I did that piece. So the Predator and Bane have to be my absolute favorite, just because my kids were the ones that made me do them.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And my let's see JB Predator with the fishnets. That's right. Because he's got fishnet stockings and arm sleeves. You're right. I'll never live that down when I called Predator wearing fishnets. I'll never live that down. So
you haven't seen the new Predator game yet, have you?
No. When you said that, like, it kind of sparked me, so I kind of want to check that out.
Oh yeah. It's nice. I'm not trying to tag myself or anything, but I do have 2 Twitch streams of it if you want to go check it out over on my Twitch page. I
will absolutely check that out while I work. I watch all sorts of stuff, so I'll definitely watch some friends when I do that. Love it. Okay. So, yeah.
I saw Predator fishnets and I went, yeah. Who's checking out my female Predator?
Right? I love that. Let's see. There's a fight I'd pay to see Bane versus Predator. I would too. I think that would be awesome to see. I love those crossover comic books where they pit stuff together, and it's kind of what I showed you yesterday, because I blew Erica's mind when I showed her a cover of Power Rangers and Justice League. What? I'm like, yeah, they cross over. So that would be kind of a fun crossover, Predator versus Bane. Oh, and Scott Simmons just said he brought digital donuts for us. Yeah.
I always steal one when you get.
Yeah, I know.
Remember, Scott, you're going to have to put them down. Walk back 6 feet first before we can.
That's right. The 6-foot rule. And I will certify you for them.
I'm going to get one of those claws, where I can, like, give people their things, like, on the end of a pole.
Mine's going to have a T-Rex on it.
I'm getting a go-go gadget arm.
Yeah, I love that. So, So one of the questions that I get asked a lot, which is your favorite series? Erica, which one that you enjoy the most?
Prowl.
No.
That's so hard.
Series. That's funfair.
Yeah, it was an easy pick. Ask me what my least favorite Adam Field series is too. Also Prowl. Yeah. No, I think my favorite one to just like have fun with is definitely Squid. It's just really lighthearted. My favorite one, just because I think they're the best, is not nerdy or geeky at all. It's my Asri books, but they're like a major cry fest, so I can't really touch them during quarantine because they're like super heavy. And then I guess my favorite of all time is Gift of Saturn, just because I love having this weird thing that like messes with people's minds a little bit. It's complicated, but I've never seen anything like it with the planets and just as someone who read the whole series recently, they were like, that last book especially is like you gave me some kind of weird illegal drug and just like made me go run a marathon. Like it's just, I love how crazy it gets. I love all my books, so don't ask me to pick favorites. Get your sons out and ask you to pick a favorite kid.
Easily. No, I agree, because you have a lot more fun with Squid because you knocked that one out very quickly on 3. And
it's also half the length of a regular book.
It's true. Right. It's true because it's geared toward, kids who have an attention span like I do. So that's why I think I enjoy it the most. But it is, you can actually have a lot of fun with it. But then I really like those stories where kind of like in Sapphire Curse that you kind of make up your own little rules and use your own little world a little bit. It's grounded in reality, but there's a lot of stuff that happens that you created and it's completely original. I enjoy those a lot. It's a nice little stretch of the mind, because that's kind of what you did for me. You forced me to think outside of the box on Prowl, and I think that's why it's going to be a lot better.
One of the most dangerous questions you can ask Adam about his stories when he's telling you about them is why? Why'd you do that? You can like imagine a self-destruct mode, like.
Oh my God. Why is it's my kryptonite? Because it looks cool. I mean, I come to her with so many scenes in mind that I think, oh man, this is going to be visually awesome. And I truly think, all right, there's no way she can shred this. And she does. It's awesome how she can do that.
What you've come up with though for volume 2 is like, it's got everything in it. It's got heart. It's got like the characters are popping off the page. They're real. So like, I don't know what the visuals are going to be yet. I know they're going to be fantastic, but the story is so solid for volume 2. I'm really excited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, volume 2 is I'm taking it towards the direction that I initially wanted to. So I'm real intrigued to kind of see how that plays out, especially because it's going to be 100% done by my team, whereas the artwork for volume 1 is what I'm calling it, 1 through 7. It looks, you could tell that there was a couple different artists or colorists, I should say, when it was me versus when Adam took over for the 7th one. It's different, and I cannot wait to have something finally unified. So that's going to be awesome. But and it's so lighthearted. Here recently I've been doing a lot of darker books, so it's really fun to do something on my own. I'll do you one better. Why is Proud? Why? That is actually a good question, because you have to read the book and you have to follow the series to figure out why is there a werewolf. So I had the answer for that one. Adam, Proud board game equals Spire Rock Dice Tower. Erica, did I tell you if we do a board game, did I not tell you we had to do a dice tower?
Yes, you did.
Connor, that's confirmation that it needs to happen now. I have to have a dice tower, and it has to be Spire Rock. Has to. That was something that I had initially planned for when I first had the idea of doing a game, and it's going to be like an ever expanding game that constantly changes. So I think that's going to be something unique. It's just time now. I got to do it all.
I feel like I have oodles of time now.
Right? Yeah.
I've written 2 books in the last month. What else am I going to do?
I think I messaged you at 2:00 this morning to answer a question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry if I
And
woke
you told me I should be asleep. I was asleep until my phone lit up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I don't sleep often. We just got a new cat, so I had to be up with her. So awesome.
I'm going to ask you a question. We got 6 minutes left. Share one of your favorite Gem City memories.
My favorite Gem City memory.
Other than meeting me.
Oh, no. That's a given. Because honestly, this girl gave me my first break. Like, that's it. And it was on Warped Ones, which you didn't talk about Warped Ones, did you?
Yeah. No, I didn't.
But
we're talking about your favorite Gem City memory.
My favorite moment was when I got hired by you to do something. Not meaning you got hired by you. No, if you don't want to talk Warped Ones, that's fine. Oh. But my favorite Gem City moment is probably, honestly, the first time I was there. And I was going to share this later for the closing ceremony. So, long story short, it was the big one to me. And I felt like I had made it when I got that table. So it was awesome. It was like a big boost of confidence. So yeah, that was my favorite.
I have 2 things I look forward to every year. One is cookies from your wife, but she forgot them last year. I'm going to remind her of that until I get cookies. Right. Obviously, Amanda hugs. I told her that. That's my favorite thing. And then there's just so many friends. Like, I was thinking I won't get to see Gary Church and Kevin and I love, I don't even live in Ohio. I live in Tennessee now. But I feel like I live in Ohio because of all the people that I have to socially distance from now that I would just love to give hugs and go get dinner with. And I just have made more friends at that Comic-Con than I have at any other. The people are awesome.
It's true. It's almost like a homecoming for me because it's only like 45 minutes from where I live. So everyone I know is there. So it's kind of nice to come to home turf and versus going to Chicago or we got West Virginia planned this year, Detroit, stuff like that. I like being able to meet and see these people that I've kind of grown close to. So yeah, that's always fun.
Well, thank you guys so much for participating in this. It means so much to me, to Gem City, to Jesse. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for entertaining us. That is an amazing piece you did there, Adam. And Erica, thank you for the book. I can't wait till Wednesday and I get it.
I hope you like it.
Of course I will.
And it comes with a mailed hug.
There you go.
We'll hug soon. Hopefully someday.
Well, thank you for putting this on, and thank you everyone for tuning in and supporting Gem City. That is the best. That's what it's about, really, right there is community. So
it really is. So
thanks,
again,
Amanda.
My pleasure. You guys have a great day, and I will see you all soon.
Bye, guys.
Bye. And look what I. Okay, everything. This is the most important thing right here. Gizmo Duck.
See if I can figure out how to flip this, and not to mention, I got to try and double screen here.
Have you tried muting the mic on the one and turning the volume down?
The mic. There we go. The mic is muted. Volume is all the way down. See if that helps.
Yes, very much so. There's still a slight echo, but you'll be fine. Nate!
Camera to turn. There we go. Can I go this way? No, it doesn't want to go that way. So we'll go this way. I had to rig something for all this. So.
Oh, it's fine. I completely understand. And of course, yes, I know there's a slight echo and a feedback, and I do apologize. We're working on it. It's the joys of trying to figure out how to do this.
That, and I wanted to try to be seen also if possible,
Right.
So I've got an iPad set up. I've got my iPhone set up. Maybe if I got an idea.
Run, Nate has an idea.
Hey, it's not that bad. I'm going to just try to throw tape over my microphone on my iPhone. Let's see here.
Better?
Maybe.
The wonderful things of all these new guys. I'm old school. The joys of trying to get something put together in less than 24 hours. The genius of technology.
Yeah.
So while you're doing that, let me say thank you, Nate. Thank you for participating in this. Thank you for taking time out of your day. I greatly appreciate it. It means so
no
much
problem.
to Gym City, to Jesse, and to me.
Not a problem at all. Oh, come on.
I see the light.
There we go.
I saw a cat and then a dog. Oh, no echo. What did you do? He walked away.
Take over.
Kitty! We're going to mute that for a second till he's done. Ugh.
This one.
Mute this one. Oh, Nate. Okay, see, I can't hear you now at all. Let me try this.
At all?
Okay, I can hear you, so let's try it. Talk to me.
I'm talking.
I can hear you-ish, but you should be fine.
Okay, yeah.
You just sound a little... Yeah, that.
I can. Wow, yeah. I hear that. Hang on. Let's see.
Welcome to the next hour of Nate trying to figure out technology. Yay!
I'm trying to figure out two things and not have a massive echo. Is that better?
I can still hear an echo.
Yeah, I hear it too.
I have no idea how Adam did it because he did this. He just did this.
I don't know. I literally had to figure out a rig and everything. So.
Let me see. Hold on. Unmute, please. Can you? Okay. Okay, so let's go with it.
Okay.
We'll figure it out. The bright side is I can always type stuff if somebody didn't hear you.
Right.
Aw, you kicked out the kitty.
Well, the boy was supposed to keep that door closed.
Aw, poor kitty.
No, it was a dog. I think the cat may still be back here sometime.
No, the cat walked out the door. I watched it.
Oh, did she? Okay, then.
So, hey, everybody, let's give a warm round of applause to Nate Lovett for being here. Yay!
Yay!
As always, remember, here at Online Gym City Comic Con, we ask that you maintain your 6 feet distance from all of our guests at all times in the wonderful things of social distancing.
Already.
Look, that's that's the running gag for this. Again, thank you so much. Nate's gonna entertain everybody with some sketching, so I'm gonna let him and his sketches take the main stage. But again, as always, thank you so much, Nate, for being here. It means so much to the convention and to Jesse.
No problem. This is the first time I've even attempted to stream anything, so like I said, I had to figure out a rig and figure out a setup to get this done. So.
No, I totally get it. So, no, I don't want to do that. We're gonna go. Bye.
Okay then.
Don't worry, I'm still here and I can do this, but I'm letting you take center stage. I mean, Gizmo Duck deserves for me not to interrupt.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm not a talker, so
Oh crap!
Yeah,
Looks like I'm gonna have to talk.
you're gonna have to, unless Jesse shows back up, and then
Let's see. How can I do? Let's try this. We'll do that,
where's my scrap?
and we'll put Gizmo Duck Center
There we go.
like that.
works.
Uh,
Alrighty.
and I am, and Jesse's mowing mommy's lawn right now. So
Oh, that's what he calls it.
yes. So, like I said, thank you so much for joining us. This wouldn't be possible without people like you. I blew a horn and people went coming.
Oh yeah, I mean, Gem City is one of my favorite shows. I talk it up to everybody, literally. So anything to do with Gem City, I'm there for it.
Okay, Cassie, I love you. I really do. But to ask this question, who is Gizmo Duck?
What?
Thank you. You need to go watch yourself some DuckTales. Ooh. Sorry, I had to. And the answer to this is facepalm. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do want to say something real quickly. With us streaming this, like I said, it's on the Gym City Comic Con Facebook page. It is over on the Amanda Gillen Presents Twitch page. And you guys, thank you so much. You guys got Amanda Gillen Presents one step closer to being affiliated with Twitch. So thanks, guys. You're amazing.
Wow.
And yes, Cassie, look right here. Both versions are available on Disney Plus, and
Yeah.
I love the new one.
I've slowly been working on it. Got to bounce between a few different shows.
There was a question: what type of paint are you using, Nate?
These are watercolors. I'm not sure of the brand. I've got a variety of brands.
It's something
But
he found along the side of the road. There was nobody around it, so he knew he could take it.
Well, for the longest time, I was afraid of watercolors. Just they take so long to dry, and I can be impatient, and I still can be. But I've learned to work with them. They're so much easier to take to shows as opposed to like Copic markers and stuff. So because those just you end up with so many, it's just hard to travel with. Well, instead I've got this little pan of watercolors. Takes up a lot less space.
And another question came through: is that bristleboard or paper?
This is actually watercolor paper. Yeah.
It's actually toilet paper. That's why he got so much.
It's not so. Actually, we went to Costco and got plenty. So
I have to say, we never ran out in my town, so we got lucky.
yeah, I'd say so.
And as you can, you'll see why I have Gizmo Duck up his center, because this is all you're going to see of Nate. It's just his head.
Is it? Yeah, I had a feeling. I figured I'd try to pop up every now and then, and because there's questions that pop up. That's why
I got
keep
your
trying to
back.
stand. And actually, I'm having, because of my setup, I have to stand up and do this, because otherwise you would only see my head then. So,
You get Nate right above your head.
got my banner right behind me.
Yay, look at the banner.
Figure, why not show that off with my Carter Kane character right in the middle, which, speaking of, might as well do this now.
Yeah.
Carter Kane 1 and 2. Last year I only had issue 1.
Real quickly, Nate, Sean said if you turn off the head camera, it might get rid of the echo.
Yeah, it probably would. But then I couldn't do this.
True. See?
I hope the echo isn't horrible.
I don't know. I can hear it, but I've worked with some really bad equipment in the past, so I'm. And Sean says, yes, do your book sales first.
So, yeah, Carter Kane, issues 1 and 2, working on 3. They're available on my. Right now, they're the only thing available on my Big Cartel site. Slowly, I'm going to get other original art up there. I just haven't gotten around to that yet. So, all ages sci-fi. Yeah, horrible salesman.
Hey guys, if you want to check out Nate Lovett's independent comic, you go over the links right there. It's natelovett.bigcartel.com. It's Carter Kane, and if you haven't checked this out, you really should. It's definitely an all ages comic. Nate really excels with a lot of all ages stuff. Did you know that Nate actually does some of the most amazing things with the coloring books and the books that your kids love with Paw Patrols? You should definitely check him out.
Paw Patrol, I just wrapped up one for Corn and Peg, a new show on Nick. I'm not sure when that one's due out. Probably July. It's a huge 124-page coloring book.
I love coloring books. All right, question, Nate. How do you watercolor? I've been trying to learn, as I feel it would be good for my style.
I'm trying to think. If you've used markers, it's very similar to that. At least that's how I go about it. It takes some patience because depending on what you want to do, you have to wait till it dries. But it can be versatile, and I can mix, some colors together when it's still wet and get some blending. I found it to be just kind of trial and error myself. You can get a cheap thing of watercolors. I mean, like the Crayola ones, or even cheaper. It just may require more layers depending on how bright you want the colors.
And someone is suggesting if you have any earbuds or a headphone, try plugging that into one of the devices. It might take care of the external speakers.
It might. Of course.
And we'll put his name up here so he gets credit for that.
I, of course, don't have any back here.
Of course you don't.
Well, they're all in my studio, and I'm in my kind of second studio.
It takes a village.
And it would
You're
be
fine.
Leaving.
That's okay. The bright side is you're learning for when you do the podcast for Amanda Gillen Presents. So
yeah, or any streaming I decide to attempt myself. So yeah.
Right.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. Right now I'm laying down some purple. It'll help the shadows. They'll be a little deeper, a little more vibrant. It's actually a trick I learned from my buddy Rich Woodall, who learned it from Brian Selfreeze. So I figure if Selfreeze does it, it's probably a good idea.
All right, answering other questions from other people coming up.
Okay.
Sorry. So how have you been doing during this time?
Good. Things haven't really changed for me other than my wife and son being home all the time. They both, well, my son goes to school, but of course can't do that right now. Well, homeschool, whatever, distance learning, whatever you want to call it. And my wife works at a school. So we're both here working from home now. Well, I always work from home, but now we're all here and it makes things interesting at times. So, but yeah, we're holding up pretty good.
Well, on the bright side, it looks like you at least get to shut the door.
Yeah, if I need to. Yeah, my studio's in the middle of the house, though, so if anybody wants to come back to this room, they have to walk through. If the dogs need out, they have to walk through there. But I usually only work in there on the computer, so I don't have room for a art table in there.
See, that's why I just have this nice little room of my own. Oh no, we're not doing this right now.
What?
Play Tribble.
What?
I have a dog.
Oh, okay.
Here. Hold on. And once upon a time, I had this nice little collectible Tribble that's
Okay.
now unstuffed because my Chihuahua killed it. And this is her favorite toy.
Gotcha.
And she wants to play Tribble while I'm trying to do this.
Ah, I see.
Gizmo Duck! I mean, he ain't no Darkwing Duck, but...
I actually have a Darkwing Who Laughs commission I have to do.
I love Darkwing
something.
Duck.
So, I'm like, that's an interesting take on it. Sure, why not?
Oh, yeah. So then, oh, can I even get to that? I think I have to crawl up there.
Uh-oh.
Yes, but I have to show you this. It's a pop figure, and you have to see it. Please don't fall. Because you're a kid like me, and you know us kids. Oh, you're drawing that? I have something that associates to that. Nate, look. Oh, yeah, boy.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you can see some pops up there, but I've got way too many, among other things.
It's weird. I only collect the ones that go, "Hey, you come here."
Yeah, I've got certain characters and certain game characters. And yeah, and it's way too many.
So, if you had to pick one of your pop characters, which one would be your favorite?
That's a good question.
Okay, let's try an easier one. Which one got you started?
Can't remember.
You don't even remember? Oh, no. See, I remember my first pop figure. I fell in love with him. He was my baby. Cobra Commander.
I don't remember which one was my first one. I've got it might have been Spider-Man one
I got the G.I. Joe Cobra Commander with the metal mask. That was the very first pop figure I bought.
Cool. Oh, I'm trying to figure out where to go, which color to go to next. Now that let's focus on.
You should do the white on them.
Because that won't take long.
I'll have to show you my Finn pop figure someday.
As in Finn and Jake?
As in Finn from the second set of bad Star Wars sequels.
Okay.
He's really hairy and holding a porg.
Oh, Okay.
Yeah, I was shopping and they packaged a Chewbacca holding a porg in a fin box.
Gotcha.
I was like, and that's mine. And Kathy's like, but you don't like either of those characters. That's not the point in this one.
How can you not like Chewbacca?
I'm not saying I don't. He's just not my favorite character.
You're dead to me.
Look, if I'm going to have to choose between a character of Star Wars, it's always going to be someone within the Sith realm.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. For you.
Let's see. Every Harry Potter test I've ever taken, I came out Slytherin. Pure-blooded Slytherin.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Come on. My gamer tag's Lady Vader 79. What do you want from me?
Yeah.
It's like, for the longest time, all my pop figures were all the bad guys.
I mean, I like some good bad guys. But, yeah. I mean, who doesn't like a good bad guy?
All right, you have a question, dear. Do you do commissions? I have a Disney blank that needs a Darkwing Duck.
I do.
What site do you want me to send them to?
There's actually a post on my Facebook page, my artist page.
That's Twitter. That's Twitter. There we go. Facebook. There you go. There is Nate Lovett illustration. Facebook. Go there, and you can set up your commission, Albert.
Yeah, there's a post just a few down. I want to say 2 or 3 down that has all my commission rates for stuff like this. Yeah, you just drop me a message via messenger through the page or whatever, and we can set something up.
John Wilson, do the white on him, and every artist in the chat winced at that comment. You're welcome.
That we did.
Look, I am not an artist. I am a talker.
Oh, yeah.
Hey! You're very welcome, Albert. And thank you so much for being here in the chat and checking out the Gem City Comic Con online. Yay! It's not the typical 15th year we were looking for, but it's still our 15th year.
No, it's not. I'm so looking forward to it, especially since I got to do the Hulk art that Jesse's been using and whatnot.
Yeah. Poor Jesse, off mowing the lawn. And he's such a special guy.
Yeah, he is.
He's sitting here and he's like, hey, promote yourself. I'm like, no, that's not the point of this.
Well, he wants to make sure, everybody is taken care of.
And don't worry, I'm putting my logo up there every now and again. Don't worry. No, we're not going to talk about the fact that Amanda was running from bounty hunters, tripped on her own scarf, and choked herself out. Thank you.
What?
Someone went, hey, you should talk about reminiscing of Gem City Comic-Cons in the past and talk about how someone ran from stormtroopers, or bounty hunters, actually. Mandalorians, if we want to get exact.
Well, then they aren't necessarily bounty hunters.
15 years. Wow, you guys didn't start until I quit the scene. Man, I'm old. How long have you been doing this, Nate?
First one I did, well, let's see. Luke is going to be 13. So I had to have done like the third one back when it was still at Wright State in the student union, because it was right after I'd done Zombie Reanimated for Devil's Due. So, and then I took a couple years off, and then I think I've been doing it ever since. So I've done at least half of them. 8 to 9, maybe.
But
10.
wait,
I don't
when did you
know anymore.
start working in comics?
About 13 years ago. I was after being laid off from like the third job, I finally just dove into freelance work and managed to get some comic stuff, and haven't really turned back since. Gotten to do some Marvel work. It's inks, but it's Marvel work. Over my good friend Ray Height, who actually was at Gem City last year. I've done colors on all sorts of projects. Yeah, and just trying to get my own thing out there while I do the Paw Patrol and whatnot to pay my bills.
Well, I have to say this. Your comic is really good.
Thank you.
And the way that your art works and the way how it pops, it's very attractive. Like, you put that out there, people are easily will gravitate towards it.
I like to think so. At least it's what I hope too. I mean, it's why I do it, to get it out there, and because I'm a huge proponent of all ages books. Because anymore, so many books have gotten more mature. There's not as much out there. Well, it's getting better. A few years ago, there wasn't nearly as much all ages stuff. But finally, people are starting to realize, hey, if we want more readers, we got to bring in younger readers. And a big thing with all ages books is sometimes they talk down to the kids. And
Right.
Kids don't want that. So I try to really, well, it helps that I have a almost 13-year-old son, so I can hear how kids talk and really give it a realistic voice overall. So,
By the way, if you hear me whispering, I'm talking to my dog. If you want me to play, you have to bring the toy here. These are the complications that I have, because my animals don't pay attention to me till I'm doing something in front of the computer.
well, yeah, they're just like kids. Oh, now you want to do something that I'm busy.
You do not need to see the okay. Must see the dog. Okay. So there's 2 cats, 2 dogs. One cat's hidden. Lord Vader does not like to be on camera at all. Here is Lieutenant Savick. Here is my 16-year-old Shigo. And then, come here. Come here. She's not coming near me because she has the tribble. And she won't let me have the tribble. Let's see. How do I get dog? Oh, I know. Look, Fizzy. You gotta come here. You wanna come here? Sit? Good girl. And this is Fizzgig, who just wants the treat.
Oh, yeah.
Look, you're on TV. You're on the TV. You want that? Okay, you gotta sit like a good girl. There you go. Hi. And yes, for those of you wondering, yes, she's named after the fuzzball from the Dark Crystal. Have you seen the prequel to the Dark Crystal, Nate?
I started watching it. Well, we'll try to watch things as family, and it's one of those we just haven't finished because the boy doesn't always want to sit and watch something with us.
Then give him some Legos and send him out of the room.
Well, yeah, that used to work. You know, when he was a few
I'm
years younger.
40
Now
and that would work on me.
Well, yeah, but he's, you know, becoming a teenager and wants to hide in his bedroom all day.
So my world was shattered when I watched this. I spent my entire life, because you've seen the original movie, right?
Oh, yeah, numerous times.
So you know who Fizzgig is.
Yep.
It's not much of a spoiler. It's not a spoiler.
That's okay. I don't mind.
That's not its name. That's their species.
Ah.
And my entire life crumbled and fell within. It was like, drink up. See, Sean, I promise you I wouldn't actually spoil anything. But you guys gotta watch it. Oh my gosh. We all know how it ends because we've all seen the original movie. Eventually, because I really need my second season of this at this point. But it is, I binged it. It was so great. You have another question. Forgot to ask. Are you okay with having commissions sent off for grading?
I've never done it, but so I don't really know what I have to do, but I've got no problem with it.
Getting yelled at, no spoilers. I'm not gonna spoil anything. It's not like Dumbledore dies. Oops. I mean, but no, you guys gotta watch it. Look at this thing. Look at it. Just the way he does it is amazing. Look at that. You know what the best part about this is? Playing with this new thing I'm learning how to use. This thing is great. Oh. And Albert says, thank you very much for answering.
Hey, no problem. The fact that Jesse was impressed with this program and everything says a lot, because Jesse doesn't like anything.
He likes you.
Well, yeah, but
he likes the greatest meme for Jesse we ever came up with together. Jesse in it. That is probably one of my favorite memories, and it has nothing really to do with Gym City. It's just the Gym City family is how, as soon as it was said, we all adapted it as an actual saying within our community.
Oh yeah, it's too good not to use.
Oh yeah, I don't always Jesse it, but when I do, I Jesse it. I about fell out when you did that. I was like, yes, thank you. It was the greatest thing ever. It says, I know you can't see it. Ian says, looking good, Nate.
Awesome. Thanks, Ian.
And it does.
Miss you, man. Wish you...
He's right there. He just posted.
Yeah, I know. I haven't seen Ian, well, since last Gym City.
I haven't seen most of you since last Gym City.
Well, yeah, well, it would be this weekend, so. Yeah.
My buddy Jeremy from Malmy Studios mixed up Bob Ross and Bob Vila, so he calls it Bob Vilaine when I paint. Nice, John. Oh, okay, this takes center stage now.
Uh-oh.
Ask about the new Jesse meme.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No.
You got to find when Jesse posted his senior picture. So it was maybe a week ago. I had to, do something with it. So
Hold
was talking with Sean, and we came up with something that, well, yeah, we found to be hilarious. I'm not sure how much he found it hilarious, but
let's see. I'm looking.
oh,
Kids. Man, I want that EV model his daughter did. Huh, it's called quarantine coffee. It's just like normal coffee, but it has margarita in it and no coffee. Oh, an Amanda drink. Got it. Because I don't do coffee.
I live on coffee.
This is my coffee. And no, it's not a sponsor. While I'm looking for the meme, next question. Is this a commission or is it something that you're putting up for sale?
This is a commission. Right now I'm wrapping up 5 different ones, and then I get to start 5 or 6 new ones right after. Keeping pretty busy right now between this and working on another Paw Patrol book.
Nice. And then if you look up, there's another question for you because I'm still trying to find this new Jesse meme.
You don't.
Here's
if it's for a commission, it's a one-off. The whole legality of some stuff is kind of fuzzy. Well, if it's a one-off piece, it's then nobody's going to come after you. If you start mass producing, and if I did something that I was able to sell hundreds of thousands, well, maybe even hundreds, just hundreds of, Disney or somebody might say something. But something one-off like this, nobody's going to bat an eye.
Yeah, and like somebody else said, when you're doing a piece like this where it's a commission, it's okay. You're not claiming it's your property like he created this character.
Correct.
Are we talking about slick back hair?
Yes.
Ah.
You got to look inside the thread and you'll find.
Oh, I'm looking through the thread. A pimp named Slickback Hair.
That's not it. You'll know it when you see it. It's black and white.
I'm going. I'm still looking. What Jesse is it telling you? You never know who might have it. That one?
Yeah. It's from Friends. When Joey had his picture taken, and then it showed up in the subway, and he's standing right next to it and doesn't even realize it.
That's great. That's so great. I love it.
You can thank Sean for that.
Look at the brilliant idea. Oh, Lord have mercy. Poor Jesse. We love you, but it will never stop.
Nope.
I mean, think about it. Jesse really is a meme within a meme himself.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
But you know what? I've watched him grow over the years. I mean, I realize I'm relatively new to the Gym City family, even though I've been working in conventions since 2001. I've only been with Gym City 5-6 years. And just the short amount of time where the man has learned to talk is impressive.
Oh, yeah.
The poor guy, if you don't know Jesse personally, when we first started doing this and they started making him do podcasts and promoting the show and things like that, you would basically have to write him a script and hand it to him before the show or he was not going to make it through it. Now I don't have to do that. I don't have to hold his hand. I can just let him go. It's like taking the training wheels off of the bike for your child. Am I lying?
No, not at all.
And that right there is the main reason why I wanted to do this for Gym City and Jesse. It's like, oh, my little boy's all grown up. I'm so proud of him. I think I'm gonna tear a little. So, you're doing Gizmo Duck.
Yep.
We obviously like Darkwing Duck, but out of the Darkwing Duck, DuckTales universe, who's your favorite? Good answer.
It's a tough one. I mean, because I grew up watching all the Disney afternoon stuff, and when I was younger, it was definitely Gizmo Duck because I mean, he was just this cyborg duck, you know, and you know, Darkwing's always been cool. Now anymore, I think I'd have to say Launchpad.
Launchpad McQuarrie, the guy who bridged the two worlds together.
And just he's a complete idiot, but it works.
It is funny in a cartoon like DuckTales or Darkwing McDuck. What the? Let's try that one again. Darkwing Duck, where you have like Darkwing is comedic and the villains are comedic and every character has that comedic side, but Launchpad is the quintessential comic character.
Right.
And he's not too overbearing. It was a very well way they wrote him, where he was the comic relief, even though there was still already comic relief within both of the mediums.
Right.
Now, have you seen the new one?
Yeah. I'm
I love
slowly
it.
making it through the seasons, but yeah, I enjoy it.
I enjoy it. It took me a minute to get used to the new song, but then again, it's one of those things. When you hear a song so much, you're so used to an original take of it, it's like...
Right.
And I'm still going to have to say I still like the original better, but I do like this.
Well, there's that nostalgia
Nostalgia.
to the original.
Come on. There ain't nobody who goes, DuckTales, ooh. No, the two go hand in hand.
Oh, yeah.
See, I can put this up on my screen, but I see all of the screens in the bottom, and it's so cute to watch Nate's head pop up like a gopher, look around, and then it pops back down. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting entranced with watching him do this.
It happens at cons too. I mean, people just sit there and watch me work. Something I've had to get used to because, you know, kind of a stage fright thing. But I just,
Right.
you know.
Believe it or not, I do understand stage fright. I don't know. For me, I know a lot of artists hear this all the time. Oh my gosh, you're so great. I wish I could do that. But it is actually a talent that I wish I could do. I would never think of using purple like you did.
Uh-huh.
I would have gone, oh, it's a background in the cityscape. It's gray.
Yeah, lots of years of color theory and just that get driven into you when you do illustration work that
Right. So
you
for
don't
me,
even necessarily think of when you do it. You just do it.
right. And for me, it's just fascinating to see and watch how you guys do shadows. Color theory. Yeah, I get it. But my extensive thing of coloring is my coloring books and my Crayola crayons. That's about it. There, now you have a nice close-up of the name of the comic, Carter Kane. Which, by the way, why didn't you tell me you had Carter Kane hats? You never told me that.
Oh, well, I don't. I have 2 that I wear. It's something I'll probably try to get more of. Actually, my wife surprised me with Carter Kane shirts right after C2E2. Just has Carter Kane on the, where the pocket would be. And of course, now there's no cause to sell them at right now. So it's something I'll have at shows once things finally open back up. But slowly getting some stuff going with everything and whatnot with it. So
It's just, I was like, wait, that's a Carter Kane hat. I don't have one of those. I'm jealous.
The only other person that does is Luke, the boy, because when I ordered, I'm like, yeah, I'll get him one, and he wears it every now and then. Just I wear mine like all the time.
Which you need to remind me, I need something of yours. I don't have anything in my office of yours other than your comic.
That's not my fault.
Yeah, it is. It can't be mine.
No, not at all.
Mm-mm. It was funny because I was sitting here and I was like, there's Rodney, there's Sean. I was like, oh, look at all these people. Where's Nate?
Don't even have any prints or anything?
No, I don't have any of your prints. I only have your comic.
Well, to be honest, I'd rather you have my comic than some stuff, just because it's my comic. And there's so much work that goes into that.
Yeah, but if you put it in, if I have a print and I put it in the office, people see it.
Well, true. You can put the comic in your office.
Look, you do not understand the importance of my office. I spend a lot of money upgrading to this 2-bedroom apartment to live in this office. This is my baby. Yeah, it was just funny. I was like, there's Jeff Falk, there's Chris Young, there's Rodney. And it's like, I even got a piece for Roma Collectibles. Come on, Nate.
I don't know what to tell you.
Which is, said, I know you're a kid like me at heart. It is the coolest thing ever. It's framed. They had these tickets to their shows, and they made them for the concert tickets when the Dreadnoughts were a rock band.
Oh, yeah.
What is it? Slither? That's it. I was like, that gets framed. He's like, but I need the ticket back. I was like, no. I bought one ticket to get into the show, and I bought one ticket to frame. That's how that worked. Because I am not a hoarder, I am a collector.
That's what we all say. Oh, I'm to the point where everything's wet. And I can... I know what I'll do.
This is a PG show. This is a PG show. This is a PG show. Why did he have to do a setup like that? Shame on you.
Chimed in with that's what she said. So.
That's it.
But we'll just set this aside and let it dry. We'll work on this.
Oh, look, it's done. Sorry.
That way, well, that and it's nice. It shows that I do more than just cartoony ducks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just had to. I was like, because that was always something when I opened up a coloring book. I was like, half of the character, like you pull out Venom. Well, that character's already colored for me. What do I do?
Well, I got plenty here to actually color.
I know, but it was funny.
Well, yeah. The color on this one is more of a accent, I guess. Because, I mean, black hat, your hair's white, and Well, the outfit's black and white. Not much, really. It's everything else.
Well, thank gosh she's an apricot character.
Oh, what?
Okay, so this has always been one of my funny things. People go, "You're white." No, I'm not.
Gotcha.
You need to check out Crayola. According to Crayola, depending on the time of the year, I'm either peach or apricot,
Gotcha.
depending on the color of my skin, thanks to my tan.
I'm usually, pasty white.
I don't like being pasty white.
I can't help it. It's either that or lobster red.
My friend Cassie's kind of the same way. I'm like, she's like, I've got an indoor pool. Yeah, but I've got an outdoor pool, and that's where the sun is, and that's kind of where I want to be. Of course, she goes out into the sun 5 seconds later, she's burnt to a crisp. I go out into the sun, I can use baby oil, be out there all day, and I'll barely get a tan.
Yeah, not me.
I know what he's doing with the noise. It's just because I can't see it. My imagination is just coming up with stupid stuff.
Yeah,
And I can't say it because it's not appropriate.
Watercolor tray. Trying to mix some purples. Again, So. Sorry. Yeah, the echo just makes it even worse. I'm so sorry.
My mom could get a burn from the lights at Walmart. That's cute.
Gotcha.
What the world was...
What?
Bad dog. Hi. Yes. And where did you find Mommy's Reese cups? Because they're now on my floor.
That's not a good place for him.
They weren't there. They're there now. Don't lie to her. She's a good dog. No, she's not. She's a Chihuahua. Somebody call Caesar. She goes a good dog. She sleeps all day. Look at that. So, you're doing Black Cat, so I'm going to ask this question.
Okay.
Who should Spider-Man really be with? Should it be his first? Should it be Mary Jane? Or does he belong with Felicia?
MJ.
That was so easy.
Yeah.
And yes, I know Gwen Stacy's the first girlfriend before anybody
Yeah,
put
but
that in
she's
the
dead,
comments.
so it doesn't. She doesn't factor into things anymore. I'm a huge fan of Black Cat, the banter and everything is fine, but it's MJ.
Brian agrees with you, MJ. It's the very first lie she said to him, right? Face it, Tiger, you hit the jackpot.
Yeah.
That's it. Right?
I mean, yeah, it's just one of those. There's never been anything quite like that with anybody else.
Okay, now I like that answer. Spider-Man belongs with Black Cat, but Peter Parker belongs with MJ.
Except Black Cat is, a thief. And she's tried to go, you know,
The Catwoman
go
route.
straight. She's tried to go straight, but it never sticks completely. So I don't think she could go, you know, full through.
It would still be nice if we ever get to see her in a Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
Be interesting. And thank God we're getting good Spider-Man movies. Okay, don't get me wrong. Okay, so the Sam Raimi movies, yeah, I like them for what they were and what they are still, and the nostalgia to them. And I'm about to get in real trouble here. The third Spider-Man movie is not as bad as everybody says it is.
I disagree. And I actually don't mind the Amazing Spider-Man movies that came after. With, but Spider-Man 3, there was just so much.
Okay, what they did wrong in Spider-Man 3 is wrong. I will not deny it. Emo Parker, I don't think Venom was done right, things like that.
Yeah. Sandman was great. That was
But
about
the things, okay. So if you take the first two Spider-Man movies from Sam Raimi, the dynamic of Mary Jane and Peter Parker's relationship was basically Mary Jane was always damsel in distress.
right.
You get to the third one, and there's actually a relationship in there. They actually brought out a relationship. That part of the movie's good. The whole character development of Sandman was fantastic. That scene where he's coming out from the sand after the accident, that there could have been like an entire movie within itself. So what they did right in that movie was really right and really good. And what they did wrong in that movie was really wrong.
Yeah. Oh, I'll give you that. But there was just way too much really wrong in that movie for it to.
I'm not saying Emo Spidey didn't suck. No, that was. But I liked seeing a more mature relationship that you really got to see when they did the Amazing Spider-Man movies. The problem is when you got to the second one, one of the most dramatic things in comics, the death of Gwen Stacy happens, and it just came off as meh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, there was a lot in that one that just was meh.
Well, it's like you just bring in the Green Goblin. There's no, I don't know. It was just so meh, underwhelming.
And a horrible version of Green Goblin at that.
Not to mention, it was so quick. They didn't really set that up.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, hey, look, this is his best friend that we never saw in the first movie. Oh, look, he's best friend. Okay, now he's the bad guy. What happened?
Well, and what's his name? I can't even think of his name. I find to be a horrible actor.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help. Because, like, Valerian, I'll watch it because visuals are really cool, but my God, the main two in that were just awful.
They were. All right, Nate. Well, guess what time it is?
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
Wow. That went quick.
Yes, it did. But Nate, thank you so much for joining us. I greatly appreciate it. And if you want to come back around 4, if you're not busy, we're going to be doing the We Love Gem City Comic Con hour.
Okay, I might.
All right.
Can I pick these one last time?
Yeah, do it.
My book, Carter Kane, issues 1. No, that's 2. 1 and 2. Available on my Big Cartel site. Soon I'll hopefully get some original art up there. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Nate. Thanks for sending those links over to me so I didn't have to find them on my own so I could pop them up while we were doing this.
Not a problem.
I will see you soon.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. And from there, we're going here. Okay, and then Rodney disappeared. Eamon, right?
Eamon. Yeah.
Eamon. I've heard of Eamon, Eamon, Eamon. I was just trying to figure this one out.
No, absolutely. You and me both. I've heard it that way my whole life.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Unfortunately, yes.
Hey, hey, she's squinting.
Oh man.
The squinting lady's back.
The squinter.
So hey everybody, again, thank you to Nate Lovett, loving the sketches, Gizmo Duck, yes. And now we're going into another wonderful panel. I want to introduce my man, Rodney Fyke. He is a sponsor of my stuff over at AGP. I want to thank him because he really was a big backbone in helping me put this stuff together. Him and his lovely, terrifying, squinting wife, Tina. Love you.
She squints because she loves you.
I know. She is a Tetris master. May not be video game wise, but if you've ever seen this woman pack a car for a convention, holy crap.
The proper title is Tetris Queen.
There you go.
God, she's a god. She's a god. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, all right?
All right.
With that, he's got this partner. I know his name is Eamon. That's about it. And he's an amazing artist. I know that much too.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem. Obviously, with what I do, I pay attention. Rodney mentioned your name. The first thing I went over there. Speaking of, we got to fix something here real quickly. And yes, I saved this for today because we are not friends. So, yeah.
Oh.
Add friend. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
there it is. Let me
Come
hold
on
that
now.
up. Let's do that now.
Boom.
There we go. Problem solved.
Come on now.
I made a friend like online. So today, these two goofballs are going to be taking over at this point in time. They have this really cool thing. They're working on this really cool comic. They are going to be doing the origin and collaboration of Roadkill Rampage. You guys can take it away whenever you want. I will be here if you need me, which you two goofballs probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye, guys, and have fun.
Will do.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, so I'm Rodney.
I'm Eamon.
Eamon. Good to see you again. It's been a while.
I know, right?
And we are part of we work with Hasm Productions. And Eamon and his wife Lish are part of Pigbone Comics, and they have joined forces with us, come under the Hasm banner. And Eamon and I are collaborating on a new book called Roadkill Rampage. Which, if you have anything real quick, and hold up some artwork.
Oh yeah, I mean I got tons over here. So,
okay. The obvious question is, what is Roadkill Rampage? So real quick, I'm gonna go over the origin of the story, and then we'll get into how Eamon and I actually met and decided that we wanted to collaborate on the project. So as some of you know, friends of mine, that I have a part-time job where I am a fleet driver for a company that delivers Amazon vans to companies that use Amazon vans. And we also deliver and pick up pharmaceutical cars for pharmaceutical reps. So I spend a lot of time in Cincinnati. I spend a lot of time going to the 5 surrounding states, picking up and delivering cars and vans. Spend a lot of time in construction traffic, spend a lot of time in traffic crashes, delays, and stuff like that. And I see a lot of roadkill. So one particular day I was in Columbus, and it was a beautiful day, and I'm stuck in construction traffic, and we're moving along at a mile an hour. And I look over on the side of the road, and I see this adorable little baby raccoon just laying there in the fetal position, and his fur was just gently blowing in the wind, and it looked like he was laying there sleeping. And as I got up to him and could see the front of him, there was no signs of trauma or anything, but he was dead. And so it just got my mind thinking, about the animals and how they come to an abrupt end, and their spirits are stuck and they don't know where they are or what has happened. And that's the genesis of the story. And then from there, I just had an image of a raccoon's paw coming over a window and unlocking a door. Now, obviously, it would have to be a classic car, so we chose a '69 Dodge Charger because you don't get much cooler than that.
No, that's the coolest.
But the thought was that there was somebody in the car being attacked, and the animals were coming to the rescue. So that's the genesis of the story, and that's where it came from. And when things get back to normal and we're out on the contrail and everything, the book is available. It's pretty much done now. We're just throwing together a filler page here, and we had the awesome Jamie Filer just did a pinup for us yesterday that we will be inserting in the book as well. He did an amazing job. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to show you because it's on my phone, and my phone is my camera right now. So, but we'll post it. But Eamon is the artist, and he's a phenomenal artist.
Oh, you're gonna make me blush, Rodney.
Well, it's well deserved. He's a phenomenal talent. And we got together. We have a group that we meet, Cincinnati Comic Creators Club. We meet the second Tuesday of every month at a local establishment, and it's just people in the area that get together and have a drink. You are free to bring things to work on, projects to work on, or you can just hang out and have a beer, grab a burger or a salad or whatever, and just sit and talk comics or movies. One night we told ghost stories for 3 hours. But that's where Eamon and I met. And his artwork was just stunning. I was just like, wow, this guy's really amazing. And as we got to talk, got to know each other over the course of a few months, I began to notice that we had a lot of the same similarities in tastes and influences and stuff. And I got back home and I talked to Tina about, I wanted to do this Roadkill Rampage story. We had talked about doing it a couple of years prior, but it got put on a shelf for various reasons. And Eamon's artwork was perfect for it. So I approached him about it. And to our surprise, he was like, for sure. Absolutely. So
I don't know, man. You made it really tempting. You're like, you want to draw, some dead animals and muscle cars, and I was like, yeah, absolutely.
Here, twist my arm.
Yeah, right. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Exactly. So okay, I've been speaking for a while, so I guess give your take on it, or wax poetically for a couple minutes.
Oh yeah, for sure. So when Rodney approached me about this, like I said, he did not have to twist my arm. I love horror comics. He said some of the big things that just like immediately piqued my interest. He was talking EC. He was talking sort of ironic revenge tale, which I'm always on board for. And then he asked me if I wanted to draw some 60s, 70s era muscle cars, and I said absolutely. So immediately I knew that we were going to go with a 69, 68 or 69 Charger RT. I think it's just one of the most beautiful cars that they've made, and it just screams our one character. It just absolutely is the epitome of this dude. Streamlined, thinks he's absolutely amazing, and so I just knew that we were going to be doing that. From that point, I actually based our character Ace. Let me grab a sheet really quick. Oh, there we go. We'll go page 1. So figure out positioning of camera. This dude right here, I based him off of an ex-boyfriend of my older sister that I knew in high school visually.
Nice.
We had talked briefly about his appearance, and like as soon as Rodney had sort of laid the ground rules, the feathered hair, the leather jacket, the band shirt, I was like, oh man, this dude used to stand on my front porch and smoke cigarettes, and I used to just be like, who is this guy? So I used him. No names. but I immediately drew influence on that. The other thing that we came to, Rodney and I both really appreciate sort of the Hitchcock style of you don't have to show every little bit of violence that happens. It doesn't have to be explicit. I mean, that just makes the pages that do involve the gore that much more impactful.
And the to touch on that note real quick, not to interrupt you, but there's a scene in this story that is pretty traumatic. And it's a rape scene. And we wanted to handle it properly. We didn't want it to be having any gratuitous nudity or anything. We wanted to get across the point what was happening without being explicit needlessly. So when I explained to him what I wanted, he kind of stood there and looked at me. And if anybody has ever met Eamon, he towers over you at 6'5". So, I mean, I'm a big guy myself. I'm 6 foot, but he looks down at me and kind of cocks his head to the side and goes, well, how far are you really wanting to go with this? Because, and I'm like, no, hold on. I'm a fan of Hitchcock.
Absolutely.
And he's like, oh, okay. So we're, less is more.
And one of those things too, I mean, like it's very sensitive subject material, obviously. Unfortunately, I know more women that have been sexually assaulted than women that have not. But the one key factor that I absolutely wanted to make sure that we were on the same page about was that this was not a sexual act, that this is not something that is depicted in that, the typical, sort of trash. And I say this lovingly, trash comics with an X, like the grindhouse style gore and nudity, that this is not one of those moments at all. So once we sort of established those ground rules, I felt like it really freed up that the dialogue between us, because we sort of felt like we were using the same language going forward.
That's interesting, because I agree with that 1,000%. Because once we cleared that hurdle and pulled out those weeds, we were like, okay, we're both in the same channel, we're both in the same row, let's move forward. Since then, it's just been really great. So moving on from that, we have the same sensibilities and stuff, but definitely we're both influenced by Hitchcock. So who are your influences?
My number one, Jack Davis, Wally Wood, these guys, Jack Kirby, obviously, just very, very much so the illustrators. I love the inclusion of cartoony elements in the style of Jack Davis. I think it adds something to the drama and then the relief in the story that anytime he's told one. So those are my top tier guys, obviously, all the way down. Any of the classic illustrators, Buscema, any of those guys, so Ramirez. I think that there's just something to the purity of that art that lends itself to telling particularly uncomfortable stories when necessary. So, and that's generally what I traffic in is uncomfortable horror and crime. So, they were, as soon as I saw their art growing up, I just knew, like, how can you miss Jack Davis? He's in every Mad magazine that I read growing up, like, all the EC horror comics, stuff like that. And then, Mort Drucker, all these guys. I mean, it's hard to pinpoint exactly one artist, but you can absolutely, if you look at my work, you can see the influence of all of these guys.
And I have all of the same influences, but I will throw out a few names that you didn't mention. Michael Golden was like one of my top guys because of one of his cartoony style, but the intricate detail and stuff. He to me always stood out head and shoulders above the rest for detail and just crazy contrast and use of base colors and the coloring, which I really, really dug. Gene Colan.
Oh yeah, Gene's
Um,
amazing.
Oh my God, his Dracula stuff, Tomb of Dracula, just reminds me of the Night Stalker, and being a kid and watching that, that's Gene Colan was such a huge influence. And yeah, all the Bernie Wright's and the EC stuff,
Oh man, Bernie's gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, oh yeah, I mean, you don't get much better than him. But yeah, all those old EC things, and we're both too young to have got those when they came out first run.
Yeah.
But I have a whole short box full of EC reprints and stuff, chock full of Wrightson and Davis and all that gold on paper. Yeah, and
in that same vein too. I mean, like Johnny Craig, his covers. You know them. Like if you're questioning whether or not you know them and you've ever picked up an EC horror comic, Johnny Craig's work, especially Vault of Fear, stuff like that. One of the big ones recently for me has been just European comics in general. I'm devouring as much of what they produce as possible. It's a different style, and it's so clean, and it's so
I did that a lot in the late 80s with the Judge Dreads and the stuff like that. I can't remember the guy. I can't remember the names of the artists, but definitely
like Brian Boland
Brian Boland and all those guys. That was such a huge thing to people that were aware of it back then, late 80s, early 90s, and then it just kind of fell off again during, I guess when the advent of the Image Age. But yeah, that stuff, and it's back again.
Yeah,
which is great for me, for guys like us that dig that stuff. So yeah, that's a huge influence as well. And one thing I think I should mention, it's not on our list of bullet points here, but a lot of people that know me over the last few years know me for Peanut Pudding and Jelly and for Pitter Patter, all ages, kids comics and squeaky clean fun geared more towards the youngins. But this is, this is something that's always, I'm a writer, and I'm an artist, but I'm a creator. And I did my time in the kids' trenches of the all ages comics. Not to say that I'm done with that, but when you go to shows and you interact with your friends and you see all the awesome things that they're doing, you're like a kid with a big toy chest in front of them. Which toy do you want to pick up first and play with?
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, I've done this. Now I want to go do this, and then I have this idea, and I want to do this. So we've kind of taken a turn, and I want to focus on more adult themed stories. I want to stretch my wings as far as writing goes, and I am happy to let when I can find amazing artists like yourself to collaborate with. I'm happy to share the stage, and with that, because when I get an idea or something, I'll call you and hey, what do you think about this? And a couple of months ago, when we were at the last meetup before the whole COVID thing kicked in, we just threw out a line about the bikers and the Rolling Stone concert, and immediately we had the sex trafficking thing like that, and that just added a whole nother layer to the onion of the story, and it really helped me pull together linking issues 2 through issue 4.
It's a very so collaborating is always scary to me. It always has been. I have started so many more projects than I've finished in collaboration with folks, and I landed it with Lish when we were doing Arcana, and I was like, oh wow, so this is the person that I'm supposed to collaborate with. And then when you approached me, I was shocked that you wanted to work with me because I didn't know what the story was, and I was like, like I've never drawn an all ages book, but I can give it a shot. It might be a little darker than we're normal.
No, not all ages.
And then he was like, no, this is a horror book, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. But I find that now I think the common denominator in my failed collaborations was my inability to communicate with the other artists that I'm working with. If I'm just being honest, and it's one of those things that I always try to take like true and genuine stock of what I do and how I do it in order to make sure that I am progressing in a way that I can continually grow as an artist. And the main thing for me with that was figuring out the language that you and I could share. Because having a shared language between collaborators is probably the most important key in the entire thing. And so
absolutely,
I feel like over the years of going to the meetups and seeing you at the conventions and talking and just getting to understand our own influences, it really helped bridge that gap that I normally have when starting a collaboration. Plus, you handing me pages of thumbnailed script, I was like, hey, it's nice to work with an artist that understands, this is how I want the pacing to go. This is how, and still give me the freedom. So I'm not just being led around by the nose, but you have an actual like path that you're trying to follow. A lot of times people will hand me vagueness.
Yeah, that I was worried about that because I've done that before with other artists. I've provided thumbnails, and some people take offense to that because they want the complete freedom to do what they want, which I'm okay with that to a point, but a story is a vision in your head, and there are certain things that I want to look a certain way. Mm-hmm. And you and I very early on agreed that what did Tina, what was the phrase that Tina said? It's not a roadmap, it's a guide or something like that.
Something like, along those lines.
Yeah, it's not chiseled in stone, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I'm open for reinterpretations. I'm open for this, I'm open for that. But there are 3 or 4 spots that it has to be what I've got in the thumbnail. Mm-hmm. I need it this way, and here's why. And you were very open to that, and which is great because it just helps with the collaboration.
Well, so I feel like, and I feel like that is where collaborations tend to fail is someone being unwilling to budge. Now, I mean, I know that there were times that I was like, hey, here's a page, and you're like, okay, but what about? And I'm like, oh yes, no, I combined this and this, and that's why we're flowing in this direction. Which is something I had to establish with Lish too when we were working on Arcana. Is I deliver a page to her and she'd be like, I don't understand what is on this page, and I'd have to go back and be like, oh, okay, so when you wrote this, and this in the script, I felt it would be better this way. I try not to do that too much because I know that is stepping on the writer's toes as well. But I also don't think that like just letting loose the artist on a script with no sort of direction is what would work for me. Because I do want to make sure that I'm completing my job to the best of my ability, which is to deliver your story that you've written in the way that you would like it told, but with my flavor on top of it. And I think too often artists can decide that they know better and just sort of run with it and do whatever they want. And I don't think that I mean, it can work, but if I'm going to do that, I might as well just write the story myself, kind of,
Oh yeah.
It defeats the point of collaborating.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's when you find those people that you have that was a simpatico or whatever, if that's the proper word, then, hold on to those people as long as you can. Cause I mean, it's just, you guys can make gold and, hey, let's make some gold. let's really make an impact, so
exactly. And just, I don't know, make some fun art, make something rad. That's like my whole goal in life is to just put out cool, fun stuff.
Yeah. Do you have a picture of the Charger, the car from the book?
Yeah. Let me see what I got. I know I do. It's in the stack here somewhere. Where's that page? Yeah, we'll go with this one. And I'm going to try to navigate the camera on my phone so that I can see.
Okay.
So there we go.
There
Yeah,
he
that's
is. Look at that bad boy.
Ace's Charger zipping through the night.
That's a killer shot of Ace as well.
Oh yeah, we got Ace being a creep.
Yeah.
There's a lot
Yeah,
of that. There's quite a few.
Yeah.
I took great pleasure in drawing the sudden changes in personality with Ace flipping from, this guy who's trying to flirt with this gal on their date to like, oh, you see glimpses of who he is in just a change of expression from panel to panel.
Yeah, one thing that I'm really happy with what you captured was just that. You captured him, the migration from flirting to obsession to, you can see him thinking about it, and then the power taking over, and then the bloodlust just kicking in, and you really capture it. And there's a couple panels where the eyes are just like, oh my God, this is so boss. and
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it just really knocked it out of the park.
Well, thanks, man. I had a lot of fun working on it. You gave me great material to dive into. Let me see what I got. Oh yeah, so yes. So this, I'm trying to give away the entirety of our story here, but this panel where Ace attacks Tess, like actually physically attacks her for the first time. If you get in, I don't know how close I can get on that, but that's the exact thing I'm talking about. This flip from rage mode to like, he's got this hideous, joyful smile.
Yeah. The manacle.
And the panel.
Yeah, his eyes are, he's seeing red there. Yeah, and it's so amazing.
So I had a lot of, I don't want to say I had a lot of fun. I mean, I had a lot of fun making the art. It's a tough, I'm gonna be honest, man. Like it was a heavy story to tell. And that's something that I had to come to terms with also, even when I was making like, the roadkill. I think I told you at one point, I was like, I have to take a break, man. I cannot look at pictures of dead animals on the side of the road anymore. It's really starting to get to me.
Yeah, it's funny. But it's not. I mean, it's not funny. But I mean, that's
so the process
really
is
the
funny.
genesis. Yeah. The process is a blast. That's part of the reason we do it, because we love the process so much. But yeah, but that's the genesis of the story. Every time I see a cute, I mean, I love animals, so every time I see a cute little fuzzy guy on the side of the road, my heart just bleeds for him. I'm like, oh man, were you just going to get a meal for your babies, or were you just going to say howdy to your neighbor, and it's just like, man, it's crushing. But I managed to wrap a story around it. So
you did, and you managed to do it in a way that I feel like I mean, there's one particular animal scene that I think is the only gory one of towards the animals in that, or maybe two little moments. But I feel like you did a really good job balancing the necessity to show, yes, this happened, with like, I don't want to just pummel the audience with image after image after image of dead animals. And so I feel like that's something that if we're talking about collaborating, it was nice to go back and forth on like, hey, I'm concerned about this, and then you had an answer for me that I was like, oh, cool, we're good. Because I think when telling a story like this, there is a tendency to just sort of go like as far as you possibly can, and it's
get lost
it's good to
in
rein
the
that
chaos.
back. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, if that's what you want, you can choose to do that, but that's not what I want. That's not what you want. So
yeah. Which is not to say that there's not a place for that. Like like I said, comics with an X, man. I dig underground stuff so much, and you're not going to find a lot of tame stuff there, but
right. So let's you showed a picture of the badass car and Ace. Let's see a good shot of Tess,
Tess,
because
okay.
I wanted to bring up the evolution of Tess from the beginning of the story to her becoming the central character in the arc of the story and her growth.
All right, so I got an earlier Tess here. Man, I will learn how to use this camera at some point. So you know,
kind of
gentle,
sweet,
kind.
Yeah.
Happy to share her chips with a little chipmunk buddy.
Yeah.
And then as the the pages progress, you get a little more flirty version of Tess here, talking in the car, kind of having some fun. And then one of my favorite pieces of this entire thing is with Tess and her anger at Ace's complete callous disregard for animal life, and we get a little action from Tess as well.
Just beautiful. But the whole point of showing the images there of Tess is it very quickly and organically turned into a female empowerment story, which I don't know if that was necessarily the intent, but as we got into the bones and the meat of it, it just felt right. And we just went with it. And that really, that single fact happening organically is basically what the arc is built on. And let's see, so something went wrong. Okay, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, man.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, we just went.
Other people.
The computer went out. Okay, there we go. We're back.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool.
So yeah, and I just think it's important to, there are I mean, we're guys, most guys like horror stuff, but I feel that it's important that if we get a lot of girls coming up to the table and going, do you have anything with a female lead character? And we can now say, yes, we do.
Yeah, absolutely.
and here we go. And the important thing about it is that she doesn't start off as a strong lead. She doesn't necessarily start off as a lead. She's just another character in the story. And as the story progresses, it's all about, her realizing her strengths and her individuality, and that she does have the power to control her destiny. And I was really happy with the way that turned out.
Absolutely.
The last few panels of the last page, when I wrote those panels, I just kind of sat back in my chair after I wrote them, and I looked at them, and I kind of got a big smile on my face, and I reread them again, and I'm like, wow, that really wrapped up really nicely with a nice little bow on it. And,
absolutely.
And I can definitely see the readers going, man, this what next?
Well, and that's as soon as we wrap, because I think when we first talked about this, it was just it was one and done. This is our story. We're going to tell it. And as soon as I wrapped on drawing it, I was like, man, I really hope I get to draw some more of that. and then we, you hit me up and you said, well, I'm thinking about extending it, and I got really excited, and we started brainstorming from there on out. And I think that you had mentioned earlier that you had another idea in this vein, but I didn't know if Tess was involved in that or not. I'm glad that she is. I really enjoyed Tess, and seeing her progress as a character too. I think one of the important things with that, though, is like you said, we didn't set out to tell an empowerment story, and that's one. Not to sound whatever, it's not always our place as men to do that. So it's nice that the story came about organically, because I feel like you can, unfortunately, you can ring false if you set out like, I'm going to put this in the forefront, and the fact that this came completely organically out of us building the story, working the story, and telling the story. I think that's what's going to make it that much better going forward with these.
Oh yeah, I agree. When you encounter happenstances, it's just like kismet. You're like, oh wow, look what we did. Okay, well, all right, let's do it. And you're absolutely right. I don't like to write for stuff based on what's topical in the news today. Things come to me very organically, like the little guy on the side of the road dead. This whole arc came from that. And I spend a lot of time on the road in a car and listening to various things, and a line from a song can just spark an entire arc of stories. So to have this happen the way it happened, and it gave us this rich character, and the entire 4-issue arc is built on, it's her arc. Her realization that, she's in control. And then as in life, when you realize that you have the power to control your destiny, and you go out and you try to exercise that hand, life will smack you in the face and sit you back down on your butt. But you have to have the mental fortitude to soldier on. And
I think that's
get to that point.
Absolutely. That's part of the fun of the journey, is watching her explore this newfound confidence. I say it's not to bring everything to whatever, but in Star Wars, Luke learns of his destiny, but he doesn't immediately then become like the best that has ever been. Like the failing and the faltering is what makes the story interesting to me. So I'm really excited to watch her try to exercise this newfound confidence and see her stumble and correct that and go forward.
Yeah, there's a pretty pivotal scene early on in the second issue where she thinks she's got it figured out, and her actions are a result of that arrogance. And when the situation pops out and it doesn't happen the way she thinks it's going to happen, that's life sitting you back down on your butt and saying, slow down there, Speed Racer. It's not going to be that easy.
Yeah, for sure.
That also, it takes the reader, it throws the reader a left curve and a right curve and going, oh, I thought, okay, well, that's not what I thought was going to happen. Okay, well, so what's going on? And I'm all about that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Engaging, giving the readers reason to keep coming back, and if I can do that, and with life lessons to the character that help propagate her arc, then that's just icing on the cake.
What's up, boys?
Hey,
Amanda.
Hi, loving it. Love the artwork, dude. Mr. Hill, because that's way easier to say than his name. No offense. Amanda for the win. I'm loving the art. Do you have any books?
Oh, yes, we do.
You're welcome. Bye.
Well, I was getting to that. Okay, so we said earlier that I did. Yeah, Tina's been handing me notes. Show more art. So we Hasn't production started with Peanut Pudding and Jelly, and they are currently 6 issues of Peanut Pudding and Jelly available. We have the trade of the first 4 issues here. That's the front cover, pencil and ink by me, colored by the wonderful and amazing Sean Forney. And then the back cover, hand colored and color pencil with me. And the first 4 issues of Peanut Pudding and Jelly are hand colored with colored pencils. So that's kind of a cool, quirky thing that we decided we wanted to do. And then we have issues 5 and 6. Applebaum Barrage is issue 5. Let's see, now I'm trying to get the camera right. And then we have Slope Slop, which is issue 6. So that's the Peanut Pudding and Jelly portion of the show, of views of the book. And then we have our second book, Pitter Patter, which is just a couple of cat dudes, cat buddies. That your basic Abbott and Costello, straight man, goofy guy. They're just buddies, and in issue 1 you get to meet their friend, the Spinner Mouse. And it's just silliness. A lot of my influence with the cartoony stuff and the kid stuff is very much influenced by the Looney Tunes, Warner Brothers cartoons that I grew up with, where a lot of the humor was based on a lot of the humor was written for the adults and it went over the kids' heads. So it's kind of inside joke typey humor where it's not blue by any means, but it's that ornery sensibilities. And so that's the big, hey, there he is. You there?
I try to showcase you when you're showing stuff.
Okay, it's Amanda adjusting.
Oh yeah. Yeah, pop in and out.
So Eamon, go ahead and I've shown some of my books. Let's see your amazing book and talk about that.
All right. So the project that is that Lish and I have been working on. Lish is my wife and the writer of our comic. It's a horror western called Arcana Vaquero. This is the first issue here. It is. Let's see. There we go. I'm really bad at using this camera.
I love that cover.
And it's a gothic horror western. It's a story of Edwin Carver. He's an undertaker who is forced to take arms against an ancient evil. I watercolor the entire book, and Lish does all the writing. She tells me the messed up stuff to draw, and then I get to draw it. So I get to pass the buck on that and blame her for all of that. We put our first issue out. It debuted last year at Space. We are currently in the art chores of issue number 2 or chapter 2.
Yes.
And I do have the cover for that one here as well. Let's see.
Dude, that is gorgeous. That is absolutely gorgeous.
A lot of fun. I'm really big on candlelight, warm and cool. It's like some of my favorite style of coloring. So being in the Old West, it's perfect. But yeah, so this next issue really ramps up our story. The first one sort of sets the tone and leaves you with a little bit of a mystery. And then the second one, we start getting some crazy answers to our story and even more questions. So yeah, we are Pigbone Comics. We're a studio, but now we are under the umbrella of Hasm, and happy to be so. Yeah.
Yes, we are happy to have you. And real quick, while we're showing books, one more book that we have, it is Unchained, and we are re-releasing Unchained with an additional backup story. It's a 6-page backup story. We got Brian McCraney, the original artist, to come back and do the 6-page story for us, and it's amazing. And here's a page from that. His pencils, just absolutely stunning artwork. And it's a story of, real quick, it's a story of a kid from the other side of the tracks that sees the world from that point of view, and is on the receiving end of the down and downtrodden people of the world. And it's a book about the influences and the corruption of society and how the 1% really rules everything, and the cause and effect and how it affects the people on the other side of the tracks. Something major happens in issue 1 that changes his life, and all of a sudden gives him power. And then he has to decide, now that he has this power, what he's going to do with it. If he's going to become one of the corrupt, if he himself is going to become unchained, that's the title, and what he's going to do with the power. So it's an exercise in morality. It's an exercise. It's a reflection of today's times, and it's a pretty strong story and pretty strong artwork. When we released it initially, we had very, very good reaction to it, and I just felt like it was incomplete. And we made a couple of errors in it early on when we were doing it due to inexperience. So we reworked it, having the book relettered, reworked the script a little bit, and then added a 6-page story. So it's a much more cohesive book. And I think if you'll dig Roadkill Rampage and the adult themes there, you're gonna dig Unchained. So that's that story there as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Available from Hasm Productions. So real quick, Eamon, I wanted to talk about you said that you really
hold on, Rodney. 1 sec.
Oh, wait.
Question real quickly. I'm extremely impressed. On what paper?
Oh, John, sorry I didn't see that, but it's this one is on Arches watercolor paper. I invested in a printer before the first issue of Arcana that had a rear feed that could feed heavy cardstock through, just so I could put my pencils, because I digitally pencil everything, and then ink and watercolor after that. So I can then print the pencils on the watercolor paper, go straight to ink, and go. I am playing around with changing up the paper that I have been using to use more of a mixed media paper instead. It makes for cleaner line work as far as my inking. But yeah, so I watercolor everything on Arches. So nice 300 GSM weight, heavy stock.
What type? Any specific type of watercolors?
Unfortunately, for people that have the original art, I use P.H. Martin's, Dr. P.H. Martin's, and the ones that I have are the Radiant concentrated watercolors. These guys, unfortunately, are not light fast. So if you have art from the book, you're gonna have to put it behind UV glass.
Right.
But I just love how brilliant the color comes out. So it's
vibrant. Yeah. Are Lumidyes? Is that what they were once known as? Lumidyes?
I believe so. Yeah. These are the old ad company watercolors. So there's things that'll pop off the page for you. But yeah, I dilute them and layer and layer and layer and layer and layer. So
yeah. And hold up that cover again for issue 2. That the blood on that is just amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's, my God, that's just crazy. Very nice. Very well done.
Thank you, man. Yeah, that's when Lish and I started talking about doing the comic. It came from this vision I had in a dream of a cowboy wading through waist-deep water, holding a satchel in one hand and a lantern in the other, which is what became the cover of issue 1. But that was the seed of the story, and I was like, oh, I don't know what's in the sack. And Lish, without skipping a beat, was like, it's full of teeth. I was like, okay, let's find out why. And so she took it and ran. She is, she's not on today because she actually has to work, but
how dare she?
But she popped in. I saw her name pop up, so she was
cool.
watching at some point.
Right on.
But yeah, she fleshed that out. Like I said, she comes up with these great twists and turns, and I get to just draw all this fun stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what we're doing at Pigbone right now, while Rodney is working on the next Roadkill, and we're pumping out issue number 2 of Arcana. It's going to be a blast. It'll also all be watercolored. I have my art style has progressed since that first issue, so it may look a little bit different, but that's just going to be the way it is.
And another question came in: hot press or cold press?
That is cold press. Cold press, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've yet to. The trick that or the trouble I should say that I find with hot press is the warping that occurs and the peeling that can happen, if especially with how sloppy I get, because I tend to just wash and wash and wash a page until it lands where I want it to, and there's a lot of dabbing of paper towels and a lot of slopping around of watercolor.
Right. Okay. That's cool. Okay, so
You
so
got
what is what?
now.
What's that?
What?
He looks stumped.
No. I was reading my notes because we were actually, the next bullet point was methods of artwork and methods of writing. So I was going to ask Eamon about his what's your method of when you're creating the characters and stuff. And we kind of touched on it earlier, where you used your sister's older boyfriend as reference for the character. Because
oh no, sorry.
The funny thing is when you did Tess, there was a point in time when we were working on it. In my mind, she had black hair. And then you showed it to me, and you had her as a blonde, and I was like, this doesn't need to be an issue because she looks fine, and it doesn't matter what color hair it is. So I was just like, okay, cool. But yeah, kind of touch on your method for your art and laying out the pages and stuff like that.
So one of the things that I have next to me at all times is the 22 panels, Wally Wood's 22 panels that will always work. Yes. And I basically will take thumbnails and just as loose as I possibly can create a through line for as far as like visually reading the page. So how I want the page to go, how I want it to flow, if it works. And then I start to get into the mechanics of like, okay, this panel needs to be more of this, like a silhouette standing in the doorway with a detailed figure up front, something like that. Or if I feel like the story is getting clunky because of the panel I chose, I'll just completely flip the page and reorganize the panels until I find something that works. From there, I do a tighter thumbnail and I blow that up to usually the print size of the comic, 6.5 by 10 ish. And then I refine that thumbnail and then I take it to pencils. There's a lot of extra steps that people will comment all the time. They'll be like, your pencils are so tight, you could just print those. But I don't know. I just need to know that that's there. And I think that's part of it. Is like, in order for me to attack the page when I get to the inking stage with the abandon that I like to, it has to be set in stone in the pencil stage. So I will, refine and refine and refine in that pencil stage, and then once I get to the ink, I get to really have fun and just sort of go to town. After that, coloring is a joy. I love playing with color, and it's mostly just trying to figure out how the coloring can or lack of coloring. So since Roadkill is in black and gray ink wash, what is the most dynamic lighting I can get? What is the best use of the limited or the extended palette that I have?
Yeah, that's how much does speaking of the coloring, how much or does coloring dictate what you're going to do when you're laying out the pencils, camera angles and stuff?
Coloring will actually dictate that a lot. So if I'm for instance, hold on one second, sorry. In the scene in Arcana, issue 1 here, the palette for the second half of the book, I always knew it was going to be gray, blue, and yellow. So when I was designing those scenes, I wanted an openness that could reflect the use of this golden light spilling across these pale blue fields.
Yeah.
So I didn't add a lot of heavy black there, as you normally would in a night scene. I really just wanted the color to sort of help evoke that emotion. So I left it a little more open in my penciling. When it came
Right on.
to Roadkill, I knew I was going to be doing washes, but I also really wanted to incorporate a lot of heavy black. I wanted things to feel sort of crushing and hopeless towards the end of the book before we get to the the lighter side on the end.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And the funny thing about that is I didn't really have a. I came to the realization probably I can't remember exactly what the point was, but the timeline for Roadkill Rampage, because I made a conscious decision that it's not today. So there are no cell phones, and because back in the old days, there was a lot of problem solving you had to do on your own. You couldn't just pick up your phone and call for help, and she's on her own. She's out on the highway in the country, and I feel that's important. And then in an issue 2, some guys pull up on a pickup truck, and it's a 74 Ford, 74 Ford. So in my mind, we're kind of right there, like between 72 and 75, somewhere in there,
Yeah,
So
for sure.
as far as period pieces go, I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over the 70s. I love the 70s. I think just because that was that decade that's when I was coming into my own with comics and the Jack Davises and all of that stuff, and then the Ditko and comics was new to me, and Mad Magazine and all of that stuff was new to me, and it was just thinking back on those times, and that's where all the influence comes from, and that's wrapped up in this.
It was an exciting time for design in general, like that. You look at the cars, the choices they were making, some interesting and I don't want to say dangerous, but like bold choices to move away from the smooth, soft 50s into a little more angular, a little more. I love that stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So it's just it's funny how I did it subconsciously, and then once I did it, I realized that and the story's set in 73. So, okay, I can live with that.
Yeah.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi. So guys, we're hitting that 4-hour mark where we're gonna have to switch out to get to the other people, because with this we're only allowed to record up to 4 hours at a time.
Absolutely.
And I tried to message you on Facebook, but you guys were so conversing and it was so cute, and I really didn't want to bother you. But seriously, to both of you, thank you so much for taking time out during these situations. Some of you still having jobs, some of you working from home. I know there's been very busy schedules at this time, and I thank you so much for coming in and supporting Gem City Comic Con and Jesse. It means so much to us.
Hey,
Thank you
our
so much for
absolute
having
pleasure.
us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Glad to help.
My
Anything
pleasure.
we can do to help.
All
right.
Now, guys, if you haven't listened, if you weren't in the chat, you weren't paying attention. If you're watching over on Twitch, which, hey, if you like to sit down and watch on your TV, go to Amanda Gillum, that's spelled like William, but with the G instead of a W, presents. You can watch this on Twitch over there on your TV. If you're enjoying watching this over here on Gem City Comic Con Facebook, you're more than welcome to continue doing that as well. We are going to have to switch, so you're going to see a second video pop up here in just a moment. With that, we're bringing in Tim Fuller, Kat Klakow, and Jay. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name because I'm really bad at it, but I love it because it's from Best Comics. And we're going to and they're going to do a nice, wonderful panel for you guys. So we're going to end it here on this video. We're going to be back in like just a few moments with the next one. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you in like 2 minutes. Bye.
Bye. Thanks. Okay.